Hello and welcome everyone to the Explore Lowlands hybrid meetup featuring the Microsoft Ignite announcements. I hope you've all enjoyed the Microsoft Ignite meetup conference that was last week. I know that I have. My name is Reita van Rijswijk. I'm a Senior Engineering Manager and a Microsoft MVP. I'm joined here together with Femke. How was your Microsoft event? How did you like it last week, the Ignite event?
It was nice. From home this time, but it was a really nice event. I really liked it. How was your event?
I loved it. I especially enjoyed the keynote from Satya. He touched on what I thought quite some important features that are going to be released, but specifically sustainability, security, and the new Azure update.
Yes, really great. I'd love to hear more about this evening.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Femke Cornelissen. I'm working at Tradion. We have invited great speakers for tonight, and we will talk about modern workplace, security, AI, and Azure. So let's start with the first session. Albert-Jan.
Well, thank you for inviting me. It's nice to be here. So the first session actually is about modern workplace. So let's see if we can get it on the slides. Click.
Yeah, we can.
Working on it. This shouldn't take long. Almost there. So I brought a clicker. Ooh, there we go. So modern workplace updates for the Ignite. Now, how many of you did actually watch the Ignite? Let's start with that. Okay. How many did watch the keynotes? Okay, not sure we're going to tell you too much new stuff then. Now, first, my name is Albert-Jan. Everyone calls me Appy. I work at a company called Bliss. Been doing that for a year already. Time flies when you're having fun. And I'm together with Femke tonight.
Yes.
So, Femke, where do you work?
I'm already told yet, but my name is Femke and I work at Tradion.
Ooh.
And I'm a team lead modern work.
So you know everything about modern work?
Not everything, but I hope almost everything.
Cool. So if you look at the Ignite and the announcements that they made, there were quite a lot of announcements in general. So there was the Book of News, and I'm not sure if you've read the Book of News. I tried to go through everything, but there were a gazillion updates. And according to the Book of News, there was actually 40 announcements just on modern work and collaboration. So that's quite a lot of announcements already.
Yes.
But then if you look at the blog posts that went out and all the other stuff that they released, so blog posts, changes in samples, new stuff that they announced, there were actually 397 different updates that they released as part of the 2 days or 3 days of Ignite. So how do you choose what you're going to talk about today? What we try to do is to get a highlight of the, let's say, 12 biggest things that we figured out would make the most sense around
The modern workplace.
Yeah, modern workplace. So let's start with the first one. The first one is called Mesh Avatars.
Yes.
Femke, what can you tell me about it?
Oh, I think I can go to a meeting, put the mesh avatar on, and don't need can stay in my pajama like that.
So what actually happens? You turn on your webcam and then you look like that?
Yes, you can make a different mesh. I think 3 different mesh, and you can add a lot of things you can put in, like heads or clothes, and more than 400 different things you can put on your mesh, and you can figure out what you want.
Ooh, that's impressive. So if you look at that avatar, I already have my webcam.
Mm-hmm.
Have I didn't turn it on? Is this better? Check, double check. There's something wrong with my sound. Slide to the right or slide to the left? Like this?
There is no...
Does it work now?
It's still red. It's still red.
Yes. Now it's green. Ooh,
Great.
there we are. Very good. So I can turn on my webcam,
yes.
And then I start looking like that immediately.
You can choose
Okay.
what you want to be, which color hair you have, that kind of stuff.
That sounds good. And then why would I turn it on? I already have my webcam. What's the added value?
Yeah, it's nice that you are be there, but not exactly be there. So you can eat if you want, and someone
So it filters
doesn't
out
see-
me snacking.
Yes.
Oh, that's actually an interesting one. So what I like about this is that, like Femke told, you can actually join a meeting, put on your webcam, and still be in your pajamas, or having lunch for that matter, and then your avatar will still sort of be present, so it's not like your webcam is turned off, no one can see what you're doing. You're sort of present, but not completely, so
Yeah,
it's an interesting thought concept. It feels a bit like gamification of Teams, right?
It is.
Yeah, cool. So another Teams update, which I really like, is the new Together mode. So Together mode has already been there for, I think, like a year or two, maybe? A year?
A year.
Quite a while. So what I did is they announced some updates to the Together mode, and you can see here that the interface is changing a little bit. You get a bit more control over what you can do with the Together mode. Now, as a team organizer or a team meeting organizer, I can now pick who's sitting where. So in my Together mode, I can say I don't want to sit next to that colleague, or maybe I can say I want to have a specific range, the manager should be on top, stuff like that. So there is some added value in there. It's an interesting take on it. What I like the most is that if you're now joining a meeting, the Together mode decides where you're sitting, and it could be different on different screens. So if I try to go through everyone attending and I'm trying to call out names saying I'm going to start on the top left, then people think, oh, it's going to be my turn, and then on my screen it might be the top left. On someone else's screen, it's not actually the top left. So what you can now do is now can actually say, okay, within that Together mode, I'm going to decide who's sitting where and who is seeing what. So in a order, it makes some sense.
Yeah, and you put it on for everyone.
Yeah.
That's also what you can do, not only for yourself, but for everyone, you can turn it on.
Ah, that sounds good. That sounds good.
Yeah.
So a bit more control for me as a meeting organizer in working with the Together mode. Next one, another
Yes.
Teams update. Want to
Teams
take it?
channels, yeah, yes, of course. A new design about the Teams channels. You can rebrand your channel upside,
Yeah.
like a banner or something like that. I think it's great for more branding on your company or what you wanna get, what you want to receive on your channel. That's pretty nice, and also you can pin updates what's really important for your team.
So kind of like you do in a chat message, you can pin an important message when you're chatting with someone. You can now pin a message in a channel as well.
It is.
Okay.
So great when you have a project or something like that. And
Important notices,
Yes.
stuff like that. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, for me, it kind of felt a bit like they're going towards Yammer. Is that
Yeah,
your
it's-
experience as well?
I
Not
think
sure if
so.
I can say
I
Yammer
think
here,
so.
but
Also, the banner stuff is that, and you can put also chats upstairs. That was what I heard. I think that's also the same with Yammer experience.
so they probably had a good look at the communities in Yammer and figured out, okay, this is good stuff there. Let's reuse that in the way you can work with
It is.
Teams channels.
Yes.
Interesting. Now, another one, even more team stuff. So it's an improvement to the way you chat in Teams, and it's sort of AI infusion into the experience. So if you now start chatting and you start a message, it will try to use AI to give you some hints, indications what your message might be. So it tries to, let's say, elaborate or think with you when you're typing and does suggestions for messages you're trying to send. And what I did is they basically figured out we're going to change the way you're sending messages. Kind of like if I now get a reply or a email in Outlook, it suggests like 3 default responses when I get that mail, and those responses are based on AI figuring out, okay, if you get a meeting invite, you can do like accept and reject, but if it's not a meeting invite, but someone asks you to be present somewhere in a normal mail, you can say, oh yeah, I'll be there, or no, sorry, I can't make it. They're bringing that same functionality into the Teams chat experience, as well as some other improvements. You get the option to use more emojis. By default, I think it's 5 emojis now, and you get like 800 with the latest release. So you can tailor your response rather than just giving a thumbs up. You might want to do the robot arm, or you might do a crying smiley if you're not liking somebody. So
some hearts.
Yeah, maybe a few more hearts. It feels a bit more like, okay, by default you just get a thumbs up emoji, and sometimes I'm liking something, but I'm not really sure that the thumbs up emoji is appropriate. So I like the fact that I have now more opportunity to express myself in Teams.
That's nice. The other thing that you can do is mention another person. So if you are chatting with someone and you want to mention another person in the chat, you can use mention Appie, Albert,
yeah.
and then he gets also the chats.
So it automatically spins up a conversation with multiple people from the thread that you're currently in.
And you can use everyone. So.
Ooh. So I can chat to everyone at the same time.
Yes.
Not sure if that's going to be a best practice, but sounds interesting. Sounds interesting. So let's see. Teams Premium. One of the things that I was a little bit confused on.
An add-on.
Why would I like Teams Premium? It's an additional license. What's so good about it?
First of all, it's an add-on. So that's a little bit different than we are used. But what I like about is a lot of things. First of all, you can have a meeting, you can choose who can record it, yes or no. You have the option to, when someone is saying something, it's already get it on the notes. Who says something is that you can when you say Femke, you see Femke's name over there. So a lot of things in the premium are really nice.
So it's more about meeting transcripts. You already have meeting transcripts, but now you get, I think they call it actionable insights, where in the transcript it now says, okay, you're mentioned 5 times, there's 5 actionable items for you to take, right?
It is, yeah.
So that does sound somewhat interesting.
It's like a virtual assistant for you and for your meetings. That's really nice. Okay,
so when is it going to be live? Is it there already? Are we going to wait? Is it like preview?
It's in preview December, I think, and February it's live.
Okay, so we'll have to wait a little bit before it's coming in. Now, as you can see on the screenshot, it's also trying to do suggestions. So within those transcripts, it will tell you, okay, I might have a suggestion for things. It might be an actionable item, a to-do, a task that you want to pick up. And within that interface, you get that notification. You can accept it, and then it will be well, probably in loop. We'll have a slide on that in a second. But you get the option to actually work with what you're trying, like you said, a virtual assistant. I like the analogy.
Yeah, great.
So let's see what's next. We've got working location, so for Outlook.
Oh, that's so nice.
Interesting. So I already have the opportunity to, in my Outlook, say where I'm working, right? I have the working elsewhere. What's the difference between this?
Yeah, you can see in one look where everyone is, and you can say I go to the office, or I can go at home, be it at home. And as you can see at the movie over there, you can see it in the agenda where you meet from your meeting. So that's really interesting.
That makes sense. What I also like about this one is that it is also present in Teams. So from either the Teams meeting or your Outlook meeting, I directly can see who will be joining physically in my location and who might be joining in remote. So around the hybrid work, they really invested in this, let's say, first iteration of those working locations. Yeah. One of the things you can also do is you can also block your calendar saying, okay, I have like a day off or a day that I work at home normally. So every Monday I work at home to avoid traffic, and then it will show up in your calendar. And when people try to invite you, they get a notification saying, oh, you might want to make it a Teams meeting because that person might not be at the office at that time because he blocked his calendar to work somewhere else, at home, somewhere else. With that, another one that, well, it's not really an Ignite update. You might have heard it before. It's been around, I think, like 3-4 weeks already.
Yes.
So interesting for me. Viva, there are a lot of different services that are now linked to Viva. So 2 new ones. What do they do?
This one is, there are a few Viva updates, a lot of Viva updates, but before what Albert-Jan says, but this one insights your teams as a manager, so it makes it easier to have one look at what are my people doing and publish some automatic stuff for you as a manager. So it gives you insights.
So basically you get new products in the Viva product. So you've got Viva Insights, that's already there, that's around workplace analytics. It's kind of the evolvement of workplace analytics. In addition to that workplace analytics, you get Viva Pulse, which is sort of advanced manager insights, but let's say a skinned down version of all the advanced stuff that you get with the workplace analytics, but it gives you some insights as a manager what your team is doing. They're anonymized, so you don't have to worry that you see, okay, this colleague of mine doesn't really like my team anymore. It's not like that, it's anonymized, but you get insights into the vibe of your team. How is my team feeling? How are we feeling as an organization and as a manager? Those can be, well, like valuable insights.
Yeah. I use sometimes when I have my team and I don't spoke them a lot, then I can see what was the last time that I'm calling with them, or what was the last time that I have an appointment with them. It's really great.
Yeah. So do you use Viva Insights to keep track of other stuff in your team as well?
I use the emails from Viva. I heard a lot of people talking about the emails that they get a lot, but I use that because when I'm send someone on a question, it's getting there in my Viva email.
Yeah, you get a reminder saying, oh, you need to follow up on this thing. You asked someone, or you promised someone to deliver something and you haven't done that yet.
That things I use for my team.
Cool, that's an interesting one. Now the other one, the Amplify stuff, that's I think an ask that I've heard quite a lot when you use Yammer, Teams, and SharePoint. You're publishing news on SharePoint. How do I make sure that it also ends up on the right place in Teams? Or maybe I want to post it or cross-post it to multiple teams or even to Yammer. And with the Amplify stuff, what you can do is you can create one message and then amplify it among your organization. So publish it to multiple locations. So you could say, whenever I create something new in SharePoint, I create a news article, I want to publish it to a specific Teams channel, and I also want to put it on Yammer, and maybe I want to even publish it to multiple Teams channels, so I'm 100% sure everyone knows that I posted something. Now, obviously, you can go like the wrong way there. You could post it to every Teams channel in your environment. Probably not a good idea, but if you're posting news, it could be that it's relevant for multiple people. So. Yeah.
Interesting one, because there are so many places where you can work from and you can send some information. Yeah, and if you work in a larger organization, you never know how many Teams channels there already are, so it could be of added value to make sure that it's everywhere you need it to be. Yes. With that, let's see. So this is one I like a lot. You've seen probably in the keynote that they're talking about do more with less, that they're talking about AI or fusion skills where you can use AI to do better work. And you might have heard of Copilot in Visual Studio Code. You might have heard of the GitHub Copilot. What they're bringing is they're bringing Copilot to the Power Platform. And with Copilot, you can then all of a sudden say to your interface, say, okay, I want to build a new Power Automate flow. I'm going to build something that makes my life easier. And as you can see on the screenshot, what I then can do is I can use natural language to say what I want to achieve. So maybe whenever an email arrives, I want to do a specific action. Or in this case, every time something happens, I want to do something. And then that Copilot will actually figure out what flow actions you would need to achieve that scenario. Now, with this, I can tell something like, describe the flow in everyday work. So I can use a normal sentence, only works in English though, so you can't use Dutch. But perhaps at some point they will actually work in Dutch, who knows. Maybe. But
I tell the engine what I need to achieve, and it will do suggestions for the flow that I want to do. So this is when every time someone responds to a Microsoft Forms survey, post a message to Teams and send me an email.
So this is very interesting for everyone who want to start with Power Automate, I think.
Yeah, if you're new, you're not too much into the Power Automate stuff, you can just use everyday words, tell the engine what you want, and it will do suggestions, and then you can click on a button and say, next, generate that flow for me. And you can still then tweak that process. You can obviously change the email that gets sent. You might want to do approval steps in there that you figured out later down the process. But what I like about this is that sometimes you just don't know where to get started. If you look at Power Automate, I think there are like 700 different connectors. And there's probably even more actions that you can use. So where to start, how to figure out what I need. And I can just use everyday words, say, oh, I want to do this, and it will do suggestions. So
you can ask, and you get the answer.
That sounds like a really interesting one. They also did a demo where you could use this same approach to get the proper formulas for your Power Automate, or Power Apps. If you're writing complex formulas and you need to store some data or you have to do some complex calculations, you can use the same process where you use everyday words to describe what you need, and it will tell you what you should do, not by saying click here and do this. No, it will actually generate what you need. So it's a really interesting take on what's coming, and how AI can actually help you in your everyday life.
It is. And when is this coming out?
Actually, it's going to be in preview for a while. There is no official GA announcement or date set.
Okay.
Copilot so the GitHub Copilot was, I think, in preview for like 6 or 7 months. So I don't think this is going to be here this year, but I would suspect early next year a GA.
Great.
And then Microsoft Loop. This was one of the bigger announcements I think that they made, and it's and spans multiple things. Now Loop has been around, I think, a few months now, like the preview
maybe a year.
version, maybe a year already.
I don't
So
know.
what's new in Loop?
New is the integration with the other apps like Word and Whiteboard. You already have it in Teams a few months. But now you can integrate with the other apps from Microsoft.
So, assume I don't know Loop. How would you describe what it is to me?
Yeah, that's good. You can make a table and work together on that, or you make a checklist, something like that. You can make a copy to your Loop to your Outlook, and you can work over there. So it's really nice to have an overview from your document and work together from where you want.
Well, that sounds interesting. So could I say that it's sort of, if you're trying to achieve something, let's say you're writing a document, but writing a document might require some research. So you might want to have a checklist where you check off specific things. You might want to present a document at some point, so you might need to set a date. You might want to brainstorm some ideas. So it's sort of like this, it's not really a project. It's a bit too small to spin up a whole team, but you do get all the components you need to create content that you're...
And going to where you want. So if you're in Outlook, you can use Outlook for it.
Oh, that sounds interesting. So what I also announced is a new app. There is going to be the Loop app. So you can install the Loop app, kind of like the Whiteboard app. You just download an app, you get that experience, and you can work on the things that you want to work on.
Yeah.
Now, what I like most about this one, about the Loop integration, is I'm using it quite a lot. When I'm chatting with someone in Teams and we're trying to build something or trying to figure something out, I always try to create a Loop checklist, because then I can go to either the Loop app or my Loop web overview and just see the checklist of things that we need to do together, whether it's 2 people, 3 people, or 5 people. So I really like this functionality.
Great new function.
Is it free? Is it in my license, or?
I think it's free, yeah. I told you.
That's even the better part. It's part of your Microsoft 365 license. So there's no additional license. This one for me really fits within the do more with less that we had in the keynote. So I love this feature.
Yeah, great.
Then we have another one, Microsoft Places, which was a bit confusing to me.
also free.
It's okay. It's free. That's good. That's good. So it's feeling better and better.
Yeah.
So what does Microsoft Places do?
It helps you to make a reservation for work at home or just work at the office, so you can see in one overview where everyone is.
Okay, so it's kind of like the website where you can go to see what's the office plan. You see here, like, okay, we've got several desks. Apparently, I can book a desk.
You can book a desk. Yes.
Does it work with the stuff that I can set in Outlook working from home? Does it recognize that?
Oh, that's a good question. I think so.
It does. It does. So what I like about this one is during the pandemic, I think I built like 3 different power apps that allowed you to reserve a spot in your office. So you would be like, okay, we know there are not too many people working from the office. We know that the people who are coming actually have the stuff that they need, like a place with enough space, like the 2 meters distance that we had to do. That's just released in a product. So no need for me to build any more power apps for that.
That's great. And think about the analytics. That's also fun that you can see how much people are going to the office.
Yeah.
So you can know, put on the lights earlier out or something like that. Or
oh, that sounds good. You can even scale up or down if you see everyone is working from home. Then perhaps you don't need that much office space anymore.
that is.
Cool. Interesting, interesting stuff. Now, then we've got another one which was quite interesting. So for me, this one is not related to M365. It's an Edge. But what they released is something called the Edge workspaces. And the idea behind a workspace is that you can group together several tabs in your browser, and you can share that grouping or share that workspace with your teammates. So then all of a sudden, for a project, you can say, okay, these are 5 or 6 important links, and they're grouped together in that workspace. Everyone can access that workspace, can view those sites, and can work on that. So you could say, I've got a project that has a team, and perhaps there is a loop component somewhere, and perhaps there is this important website for that customer or for that project that I want to see, and maybe there is some planner or plan board that you want to use.
Meeting notes.
Meeting notes. So what we would usually do is we would add tabs to our Teams instance. So I would go to Teams, to the general channel, and add like 5 or 6 different tabs. What I can do now is I can create that workspace in Edge and share that for us to collaborate or share information.
Yeah, that's really great.
So for me, really interesting one. It's in preview, so if you download the Edge, I think it's the alpha release currently. It will come to beta soon. So this is, if you're collaborating a lot, it's an interesting thing to keep an eye out if you're using Edge. If you're not using Edge, you should definitely try and look. There is one requirement for this to work. You have to be signed in. So I know I have a lot of Edge profiles. Not every Edge profile I use to sign actually into the Edge. So you have to sign in, otherwise this won't work. It's an important thing to keep in mind.
Great.
Then I think we've got one more. Ooh, the Microsoft 365 app. This is an interesting one for me. Microsoft is killing off the Office brand. I mean,
redesign.
Well, redesign. They're just like, okay, there's no Office. There's like Microsoft 365. So what it released is, I would say, a new app. It's the Microsoft 365 app, and the Microsoft app has been around for a while. But basically, it's now Office. So on your iPhone, you'll see the Microsoft 365 app rather than the Office app. So that's change one. And it now includes Loop. So if you install that Microsoft 365 app, you get all the Office applications on your iPhone or your iPad, your Mac, your Android phone.
Is it already there?
Oh, I don't know. Do you?
No, I don't know.
Oh, I don't know either. Does anyone know if it's already there?
Still called Office.
No, it's still called Office. I think it's going to be there pretty quick from what it is.
Brackets Microsoft 365.
Oh yeah, there's going to be like a grace period where for now it's like Office and then Microsoft 365, and the next month it's Microsoft brackets Office 365, and then it will be killed up.
Yeah.
So for us, that were the most important announcements that we've seen. Are there questions about that? No? Do we have remarks in the chat? Let me check. No remarks in the chat, so apparently no questions. That's a good thing. Now, let's say you want to learn more or you want to know more. You can watch the Ignite, ak.ms/ignite. You can rewatch all the sessions that are out there. For almost all the sessions there were recordings, which is good. I know that I still have a few recordings to watch. Then there is the Book of News. You can download it, you can read it yourself if you want to. You have to go through like a gazillion pages of all the announcements, but still, they're worth it. There are a lot of blog post links in there. That makes sense.
Yep.
Then there is the Learn at Ignite. There is a learning challenge, the Cloud Challenge. If you want to do a free exam, can highly recommend it. You get a set of challenges, go through some content, you get questions, and then you can actually do an exam, which is interesting. And if you get questions, we're on Twitter, so feel free to tweet, reach out, and ask questions.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
If you would like to join us, the chatter on Twitter, you can use the hashtag Lowlands.Community. Please bear in mind we have a code of conduct. You can find the code of conduct on our website, Lowlands.Events, which basically says like, be nice to each other.
Don't be an ass.
Well, you cannot officially say that because we have a code of conduct. But, oh, is that out?
Oh.
Ooh.
Sorry, I was muted. Basically, recap, you can join us on the chatter on Twitter. You can use the hashtag Lowlands.Community. And please bear in mind we have a code of conduct. You can find a code of conduct on our website, Lowlands.Events/code of conduct, which basically states that be nice to each other. So for now, I would like to invite you all for a quick break. We have some food and some drinks ready for you. If you're joining us online, please get your refreshments, and I hope to see you back at, in 1 hour at 6:30 p.m. Central European Time. Thank you so much so far. I hope you've been enjoying the session, and we'll see you later. Thank you.
Ging lekker.
Ik heb alleen geen idee van de
All right, good evening everybody, and welcome to the Microsoft Ignite recap or summary or highlights. And I know this is going to be a hard session because you just had dinner, so I'm expecting an after dinner dip, and I'm also before Scott Hanselman, so nothing I can do right probably this half an hour. No, I'm just kidding. I will be talking with you on the security updates and all the security announcements that Microsoft did last week in Seattle. For those that are joining online or who don't know me, I'm Maarten Goed. I'm an Azure MVP and a security RD. So I have the privilege to give you the announcements that we've had last week. So I'll first show you a short video of Seattle and the convention center where Microsoft Ignite was held. I had the unbelievable privilege of being there in person, which felt weird and awesome at the same time, being back after 3 years, but also trying to find out how we're doing hybrid conferences now and how that went down in person in Seattle. So I'll first roll a video, about 4.5 minutes. It's a bit loud because we had the show floor noise, but it gives you a bit of an introduction of how things looked. It will be in Dutch. I didn't anticipate to do it in English, so it's in Dutch. After that, we'll dive into Microsoft Defender, Sentinel, Intune, and all of the good stuff. So let me roll the video first. Nou, welkom op dag 2 hier op Microsoft Ignite. Jullie zitten nu op Microsoft Schiphol, maar wij zijn...
In de hub in Seattle.
Ja, de hub.
Convention Center.
Wat is de hub? Wat is eigenlijk de nieuwe opzet van Ignite? Zullen we een stukje gaan lopen om het de mensen te laten zien?
Ja, leuk, laten we doen.
Ja, dus je hebt hier een grote hal in het midden waar relatief eigenlijk veel stoelen zijn dit jaar. Dat had je in de voorgaande jaren minder.
Lekkere banken.
Lekkere banken, kun je relaxen. En we zien al wat kleuren. We zijn hier bij de rode kant, maar als we even meedraaien naar die kant, dan hebben we blauw achter ons. En als we nog meer doordraaien, dan krijgen we uiteindelijk geel. En je hebt uiteraard ook nog groen.
Ja, uiteraard. Precies, de Microsoft kleuren.
Ja. En we zien ook achter ons een beetje de keynote podium. Wil ik dat oplopen?
Ja, klopt. Het keynote podium. En die wordt ook op alle schermen getoond. Dus het maakt eigenlijk niet uit waar je dan in de hub zit. Je kan overal kun je gewoon lekker relaxen en kun je de sessie volgen.
Ja, er staat nu iets te gebeuren, maar ik hoor zo'n schreeuw aan de linkerkant. Ik hoop dat jullie ons ook kunnen verstaan. Ja. Maar je ziet eigenlijk al dat het gestart wordt met een nieuwe opname van een core node. En wat je zegt, die schermen, dus dat betekent eigenlijk dat er niet één centrale grote hal is.
Klopt.
Maar dat je dus op allerlei plekken kan kijken.
Klopt. Dat vind ik overigens ook wel een beetje het dubbele eraan. Het is natuurlijk een hybride event, hè? Dus er zijn ook heel veel sessies ook echt alleen maar digitaal die je dan hier kunt kijken. Ja. En soms zijn de zalen ook wel eens een enkele keer wat te krap, waardoor niet iedereen die fysiek erbij wil zijn het kan zien, maar dus op tijd bij de zaal zijn in ieder geval. Ja,
want we waren vanochtend bij Mark Razinovic bij de Inside the Azure Data Center Innovations.
The man, the myth, the legend natuurlijk.
Ja, met zijn mega ultron beast VM's. Ja. En we hebben natuurlijk heel veel security dingen gedaan. Dat is trouwens ook precies hier het groene deel, de green area. Daar wordt veel gepresenteerd over de security aankondiging deze week op Microsoft Ignite. Hè?
Klopt.
En wat zijn een beetje de dingen die we nu al gehoord hebben? Ik hoorde in ieder geval ook aankondigingen rondom automatic attack disruption.
Klopt.
Wat heb jij gehoord? OT-koppelingen met Defender voor IoT.
Defender voor OT met Sentinel-integratie natuurlijk.
Ja, absoluut.
Defender voor Cloud heeft nieuwe capabilities gekregen.
Ja, we gaan ook gewoon nog niet alles verklappen, want in deze sessie die ik zo meteen hier in Schiphol ga presenteren, ga ik er alles over vertellen. Ja. Maar er gebeurt veel op Ignite.
Klopt.
Je kunt sessies volgens mij ook andere dingen doen, dacht ik, hè?
Klopt, er zijn ook interactieve workshops, waarbij je gewoon met een expert, zeg maar, bijvoorbeeld Defender for Cloud gaat configureren. En dat ze je een beetje helpen met hoe je dat op schaal zeg maar, gaat inrichten. Ja. Defender for Smart Screen vond ik wel een leuke, die dus kan detecteren dat je corporate wachtwoord op een website invoert vanaf je device. Ja, dat komt eraan.
Kijk, we gaan nu een stukje zien. Even hoe het geproduceerd wordt. Ja, dat is ook interessant aan hybrid, dat je dus eigenlijk zowel nu online kan meekijken als dat wij dit live meemaken.
Klopt. Live is natuurlijk toch wel het gevoel wat hier heerst. En ook als je met z'n allen in een zaal zit, even naar een spreker toe kunnen lopen om nog wat vragen te stellen. Ja. Dat is natuurlijk wel heel tof.
Ja, precies. We hebben hier ook nog het Microsoft logo achter ons, natuurlijk voor de verschillende selfies. Hi Microsoft.
Nee, dat klopt. Nee, dat er nu niemand staat. Want hier staat normaal een rij, zeg maar, voor mensen op de foto te kunnen zetten.
Nee, dat klopt. Kennelijk is iedereen in sessie. Maar de nieuwe opzet, bevalt het? Zou je zeggen, geeft het een voldoende?
Zeker. Ik mis als techneut wel een beetje de diep technische sessies. Ik zou wel wat meer de diepte in willen gaan. En daar is logischerwijs minder ruimte voor, omdat het natuurlijk in 2 dagen moet passen. Ja. Maar goed, je ontmoet toch mensen, je legt contacten ook weer voor na Ignite. En dat is natuurlijk ook zeker toegevoegde waarde.
Heel belangrijk, ja. Nou, ik denk dat het ook echt een experiment is. Zo zien we het volgens mij wel met z'n allen. Ja, dat je gewoon opnieuw moet uitvinden. Hoe doe je dit soort events? Niet iedereen heeft misschien meer de kans om de wereld over te reizen. Dat klopt. Dus hoe kan je dat goed doen? Ik denk dat Microsoft in ieder geval goed aan het experimenteren is. En hopelijk heb je een indruk gekregen van hoe het er hier aan toe gaat. Op nu naar de content, maar groetjes vanuit Seattle.
Yes, hey, hoi.
So that was a quick highlight of how the Seattle Convention Center looked. People ask me, how was it? And like Ko said, I would give it actually a good number because I think the value was in finding real people there connecting with program managers or your peers. But the fact that the content was also online available was a bit new, and I think for this reason you shouldn't compare it to previous editions, but look at it as some new format as Microsoft is doing hybrid events. So just a quick introduction. So with Microsoft Ignite and a new cadence through all of these public announcements throughout the years, it wasn't really an event where everything was bundled and we were all surprised by all sorts of new events and announcements. But you saw some, I would say, some of the other events from the past weeks and some things that are coming out that they done announced at Microsoft Ignite. So looking at security, one of the things that Microsoft announced is that they're now bundling all of their management tooling into the Microsoft Intune family name. Previous we had Microsoft Intune itself, we had Endpoint Manager naming, we had SCCM, all sorts of things that really together did the management story for the hybrid world. At Ignite they announced we'll be bundling everything under the Microsoft Intune naming, and that's where you'll find the management name. And I think in general, looking at all of these product categories, there are distinct namings for the security, compliance, and governance features. Microsoft Entra for identity solutions, Microsoft Sentinel, everything SIM, so correlating events together. Microsoft Defender as an XDR, so protecting all of the endpoints in your environment. Microsoft Purview for the compliance, and Microsoft Priva for privacy. I won't be talking about all of them because then we would be here for the next 3 hours. I'll be looking at Microsoft Sentinel and Microsoft Defender specifically, and to take you to the announcements that we had. So first look at Microsoft Defender for Cloud. And Microsoft Defender for Cloud is really the new naming for what we used to call the Azure Security Center. And Azure Security Center allowed you to do things like posture management, look at how things are secured or are not secured in your environment. It is multi-cloud, so it reaches out to GCP, AWS, as well as Microsoft Azure. And there's also a proactive side where we're deploying endpoint protection as part of the Microsoft Defender deployment. So one of the new things that Microsoft announced was Microsoft Defender for DevOps, which then is available in Microsoft Defender for Cloud. I know there's 17 Microsoft Defender namings, so bear with me. What it tries to solve is a couple of things. One is the supply chain attacks, where we're building code and we're maybe sourcing in packages from other destinations, and we'd like to understand if there's any known security vulnerabilities in all of the dependencies that we are taking from our code, and of course remediate them as part of your build process. The other thing is where we're looking at the code itself and understanding whether or not you're doing something that's against the best practice, maybe with the credentials, how you're saving them, or other things. We'd like to give you a perspective of how your code is performing against security standards. And so what Microsoft Defender for DevOps does is connects both to Azure DevOps as well as GitHub. And for those development platforms, it will have an inventory of all of the repositories that you have your code available in, and then starts to correlate against best practices. It starts to correlate at known CVEs. It starts to correlate at known weak supply chain packages. And then, of course, it allows you to give an understanding of all of the repositories or code defects that you need to fix, and potentially work with other security functions, like in GitHub Enterprise. You have things like the Panda bot and the security bot that can then provide a remediation to all of the problems that you'd like to fix. So this is a screenshot I took. I won't be having any live demos yet. I didn't have the time to make those. But from the screenshot, you can see that we are in Microsoft Defender for Cloud, the previous Azure Security Center. There's a new tab called DevOps Security. It allows you to connect with credentials to your company organization on GitHub, or maybe the tenant for Azure DevOps. And it then correlates all of the repositories that that credential has access to. It does the baselining, gives you an understanding if there's any known vulnerabilities, both from code as well as exposed secrets and whatnot, and then gives you the at-a-glance dashboard. From there, you can deep dive, so you can understand for that specific repository whether or not certain specifics are dealt with. It gives you a severity of medium, low, high, and from there on, you can actually take remediation steps if you have things like GitHub Enterprise, where you can work with the Panda bot and whatnot. This is an example where you actually see that the Panda bot then allows you to upgrade a certain package from a certain version because it includes security fixes. And if you allow it, you can check it in as a pull request, compile it, and make sure that your code is now safe along the latest line of code. So this is something where DevOps comes in and Microsoft Defender can help. It also gives you information about known potential problems. This is a screenshot I took from our own environment last week, where somebody checks in an SSH key as part of their pull request, which then GitHub Enterprise tells us this is probably something you want to have a look at, and it will correlate with a medium or high alert potentially in Azure Microsoft Defender for DevOps. So this is quite a powerful function, new addition to Defender for Cloud, something that you can start using now as a public preview. Next up for Microsoft Defender for Cloud is the Cloud Security Posture Management, CSPM. And what it does, it gives you an inside-out look in your environment. So it looks at the current deployments, for instance, in your Azure environment. It tries to compare them to your blueprint, to your golden standard, and then gives you insights in certain best practices that you might have missed, maybe certain problems that you need to fix, and then gives you an insight in the potential attack path problems. Because from a certain VM, maybe if networking is fully open, it could reach a certain other server. From that server, it could potentially work with an exposed secret. So it tries to give you this map, this correlation of all of the phases of the attack path that your environment could have weaknesses to. Again, because Microsoft Defender for Cloud works with both Azure, GCP, AWS, but also with Azure Arc, it will traverse this across clouds, so not only for public Azure, but certainly also for all of the other locations. It does so by integrating with Microsoft Entra Permissions Management. And for those of you who might know, that's the acquisition from CloudNox. And what permissions management tries to do is understand how does the permissions look for a certain application, a certain environment, a certain identity. And it tries to understand, are you giving away too much permissions? Is it just right? Do you have just-in-time access enabled, certain PIM roles? So it integrates both on the infrastructure side, looking at networking, compute, storage, but also on the identity side if you enable the integration with Microsoft Entra Permissions Management. How does it look? Well, it gives you a map of that specific part of your infrastructure. In this case, an internet exposed VM that has a high severity vulnerabilities and read permissions to a key vault. And it gives you information how it gets there. So from this VM that has a certain port to the internet that could be breached, you would then traverse through a network security group, some other VNet, coming onto a certain storage, and then coming onto a certain identity. It gives all of the entities involved, so which IP address, which VNet are we looking at, what resource group, what subscription, and also the remediation steps like, hey, you should stand up certain networking hardening, or you should stand up or close some of the ports that you now have opened to the internet. The cool thing here is that it also is visual. It's not some list of things that you need to fix, but it gives you context of how this would happen and how that attack path probably would progress from an attacker perspective. And that's just something that helps us, because if we get a list of 100 things to fix, that doesn't really prioritize things for us. If we look at these kinds of views, we can really understand the things that we need to do first before doing other things. So the whole contextual attack path analysis is quite strong, and this is built in. It does the correlation itself through all of the APIs that we have available, through Azure ARM, through the agents we have with Microsoft Defender. It builds up this map that we can then start looking at and start fixing. So this is what you get. It looks at storage, it looks at VMs, it looks at compute, app services, function apps, network service groups, and what have you, and it tries to see the exposure path that it can then detect. So that's actually quite strong. If you want to do this manually, if you want to have, I don't say a certain picture of your environment, there's now a tab called Cloud Security Explorer that you can click on in Microsoft Defender for Cloud. It is still in public preview, but it allows you to search and understand, are there any VMs exposed to the internet? Do I have misconfigured SQL servers? Do I have EC2 instances in AWS that don't meet my security standards? So that is something you can select. You can do complex queries where you say, well, I'd like to have all of the items, all of the resources exposed to the internet that has a known high security vulnerability and for which we have a connection that we can authenticate with. It will then give you a list of all of the items in your environment, again, across clouds that meet this search standard and that you then can have as a list or as a graph to fix. There's also query templates that Microsoft provides you with, where you can say, okay, I'd like to have a look at all of the production SQL servers which are exposed to the internet, or other common things that you're probably looking for in your environment, or as part of an audit, or as part of your governance process. So these query templates are there. You can create some of your own query templates, and in the future they'll also start to support KQL, which is quite a common language now in all of the security tooling. As long as certain bigger breaches and vulnerabilities happen, Microsoft will add them too. On the right-hand side, you see, for instance, Log4Shell, and there's many more things that you can quickly get a look at in your environment by using those query templates. Now, staying with Microsoft Defender for Cloud, I said that the cloud security posture management is inside out. So I'm in the environment, I'll have a look at all of the things configured for the known items, but perhaps I'd also like an outside-in view. Typically, you ask people like pen testers or red teams to come in, give a certain IP range or a certain subscription to look at. They'll try the best to look at known vulnerabilities, how to get in, and how to traverse in your environment. So with external attack surface management, there's a lot of long namings with Microsoft Defender, ESM. This is the outside-in view. So we'll configure some agent, some server that can access from the outside, and it will try the CVEs that are known today and whether or not your server or resource responds to them and whether or not you've patched them. It will do an almost real-time inventory, so it looks at all of the IPs in a range, all of these items in a certain resource group, analyze them as per the CVE databases, prioritize the risks, again based on CVE risk scores, and it will work with common known lists like the OWASP top 10 or CVEs that have recently been released with a score of 9 and higher. Again, to give you an outside-in perspective of your environment. It will take about 24 to 48 hours to build this because it needs to do the testing. Just like with pen testers, it takes a bit of time to test all these IP addresses or other resources. It then starts to inventory, much like we saw with CSPM, where it builds out a map, and then per resource gives you details on all of the things it found, and of course reports that you can use, as well as the dashboards that we have with OWASP, GDPR, and any of the dashboards that you can build your own. It looks like this. So we added certain domains. It will traverse the whole namespace, certain IP addresses. The interesting part is that I can mark items as approved or non-approved. Maybe I know about these IP addresses. These are the machines I stood up. And maybe I find certain machines that I didn't know about that are not in my CMDB or inventory yet. So I can give it a specific state. And based on that, it will try to, again, do some of the testing. Based on that, it will give you the results. So 3 high severity observations, the CVE naming, you can actually double click and get information on the problem and the vulnerability, the mediums, and of course the low severity, and again, all of the inventory. And these things work in conjunction. So it's not or external attack service management or cloud security posture management. Again, it's based on perspective. Do I want to have an inside-out perspective or an outside-in, or maybe just both together? And these are things you can then enable. It will also look at some of the low-hanging fruit. Are there any certificates that are coming up for expire or that have actually expired? Are there certain IPs within those ranges that have a bad reputation score based on all of the public databases that are available to you, like Spamhaus and all of those on the internet? And it will give you an information if there's any that have been found in the abuse category and some of the that have been marked as used in DDoS or that have other scores within those reputational services. So this is actually quite powerful. You can run this like every couple of weeks. You could run it real time or just maybe once, depending on your needs. I would say it doesn't substitute for pen testing or maybe red teaming, but it certainly gives you a quick start if these are things you don't have today. So that was Microsoft Defender for Cloud, the previous Azure Security Center. There were also some announcements on Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, MDE, and let's walk through those. One of the highlights I saw was the automatic attack disruption. Today, we already have Microsoft Defender for Endpoint running on Windows, on macOS, on Linux, and you can set that to block mode. So if there's any known signature, any known pattern, Microsoft EDR will already block you and say, this process cannot run. We don't want it to run. That's block mode. But it takes a bit of time because it needs to process, it sends back to the cloud, and then within seconds it starts to block. But it's also only for the endpoint, and maybe some attack happens first on an identity, maybe something happening in cloud, Microsoft Defender for Cloud, or maybe for cloud apps. So you'd like to be able to block it at every stage of the attack. And that's actually what we're doing with automatic attack disruption, is Microsoft Defender for Endpoint is coordinating where blocks should happen. And they will happen at machine speed. So the endpoint will make the decision first based on certain models, and then at milliseconds really stop those attacks already. Again, based on all the correlations of all of the sources we have enabled. It also looks now in a preview at Intel processors, where it says if we see a machine function that is clearly used for ransomware encryption, this is something we need to stop. Even if we don't know about the process, all of the items that the processor now can give back to the software will also count as part of the reputation and potentially stop that process from running before it starts encrypting your whole environment or the endpoint itself. And again, it disrupts then at any part of the kill chain, at the endpoint, in the cloud, at cloud apps, at Defender for Office, any of those items it works with in Microsoft 365 Defender. Now the cool thing is they've also updated the interface for Microsoft 365 Defender. You see the whole kill chain now available as a graph, so I can correlate it visually. On the left-hand side, I see all of the alerts that are available to me from the endpoint or any of the other sources. And on the right-hand side, I get information on that specific resource and I can click through. Again, because we're working also with Microsoft Defender for Cloud Apps, it can also mean that if we want to block an attack, that we stop access to third-party services like the ones that you see listed here as part of stopping the kill chain and the attack altogether. Here's an example of one of those incidents. Again, it's a graph view. You can look at the details. And once I start drilling deeper, I can see the process that triggered, why it was stopped, what the reputation was. I can also mark it as a false positive, maybe isolate the machine or get evidence as part of that process, all from the Microsoft Defender 365 console without running into other products and other UIs. Another thing they're announcing, not really technical, but it's an interesting push for sure, is that if you don't have any Microsoft Defender for Endpoint licenses today, let's say you're an E3, but you'd like to get some of the MDE stuff, then starting November 1st, there's a 50% discount off of P1 and P2 licenses for a real easy step up into Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. P1 is included with E3, so a lot of the good stuff is already in your basic license. For P2, you get the automatic block mode, you get the EDR functionality, threat and vulnerability management, known vulnerabilities on your environment, sandboxing, threat analysis, all of the stuff you probably need if you want to go into an EDR. One of the other things that they announced was C2 detection, and C2 is an acronym for Command and Control Center. So let's say a hacker comes into your environment through maybe first some phishing, MFA spamming, it gets an account, it starts launching on an endpoint, maybe you're still a local admin, they deploy software on it, they do persistence, they want to stay in contact with that environment so that they give commands on how to look at your environment, maybe get data out for exfiltration and manipulation, or maybe as the ransomware attack goes, encrypt some of that. So the C2 channel is where there's some format, some channel opened up for communications back with the attacker. It used to be like an HTTP or an HTTPS connection. Nowadays they're using DNS to communicate with machines, or even I've seen Office Graph API calls that they're using as a C2 channel. But basically it's the attacker's communication channel. And that's something you'd like to detect. And traditionally, we've been focusing on everything in the Windows OS, processes, software on disk, and relatively light on the network detection part. But now we've got the C2 detection. So if you have Windows 10, 1709 and later, Windows Server 2019 and later, if your EDR is on, so the P2 license, network protection also on, and you've got the latest signatures, Microsoft will be able to detect the C2 channels. And that's interesting because it also gives us a means of blocking them, but also a means of understanding certain IP addresses or methods that are happening. It's relatively late, of course, in the ransomware attack. So hopefully Microsoft Defender for Office already grabbed the phishing attempt, maybe already MDE grabbed some of the execution. But even then, if there is a C2 channel, we'll get it, and it will actually be blocked as part of the block mode. And that's quite strong, I would say. Typically, we've all been relying on our networking equipment like the Fortinets or the other firewalls. Today, we can do it in Microsoft Defender for Endpoint. Information about that connection is something that you can see in the portal itself. So what is the domain name that's being used, what port, at what frequency, from what source address, all of the stuff you'd like to have available as part of your investigation and perhaps your remediation to understand, did I already have communication in the past with that IP address, why and from what machine? So this is available to you now as part of MDE. Okay, and then Microsoft Sentinel, of course, our cloud SIEM. What were the announcements? Well, the general availability of logs, at least the basic logs and the archived logs. And this is important, of course, if you want to store data for a longer time, that you want to have in cold storage, because you're ingesting a lot of data into Sentinel. If you have that in hot storage, well, your bill is going to rise quickly. If you want to offload, let's say after 7 days or after 30 days, you need something as cold storage or archive storage to store it for a longer term against a better price. Again, that is what we're trying to achieve here, give you better pricing. Now, there is some sort of performance hit, of course. If you then work with cold storage, it might take a couple of seconds for the data returned to you. Or if you have archived logs, you need to do something to de-archive it, to restore it, so that you have the data readily available. But again, for longer term storage, let's say 7-year storage for regulations, really helpful. It's general available now. And it also works with enhanced search. So if you're looking for data, it doesn't matter whether it's cold storage or hot storage, but it does matter for the performance of the data. There's also updated incident management, because sometimes you've got these incidents and you want to change a field, manually edit a field. Maybe there's certain events you want to create from a connector, from your ticketing system, or some other source, or a custom thing you're building. From today in a public preview, they allow you to create your own incidents, update and edit the existing incidents. So that's a good thing. And there's also a new experience that gives you somewhat a better view of all of the things happening in an incident. So here's the enhanced search across all of the cold and hot storage. Here's, for instance, a time range of 3 years, and it will give you information of all of the things that it found through your events. And this is a new dashboard style incident that you see in Microsoft Sentinel. It helps for an analyst because it's like a cockpit experience. They're working with the data, a high alert comes in. They have not a lot of time to assess whether it's a true positive or a false positive, because if it's true, we need to respond and make sure the attack gets contained. So you're not going to spend 15 minutes at the further assessment. You're going to do that maybe in 2 minutes. So all of the things you would need are grouped together, instant timelines, entities involved, some of the graphs, open other incidents for that resource, and of course all of the attack techniques that had been used as part of the detection. So this is very helpful, and at least we see our analysts responding really well to this change, more information at one glance. The other thing that Microsoft Sentinel announced was the integration with Microsoft Defender for IoT, which is a bit of a misleading name. I would call it Defender for OT. It's the CyberX acquisition. About 1.5 years ago, Microsoft bought CyberX, an Israeli company that did detections for, I would say, like factory situations, looking at Siemens equipment, some of the other industrial equipment, and trying to figure out if there's any rogue access, anything happening that could be part of an attack. Microsoft Defender for IoT is available today. You can deploy a sensor in your environment and look at some of that industrial traffic, Siemens traffic, some of the other traffic. But now we can integrate it with Microsoft Sentinel. So alongside our Office detections, all of the things happening in our workplace and clouds, we can now have our factory and industrial operational technology alerts. This is nice because then we have one repository for all of our security management, and all of the things that we have today in Microsoft Sentinel for investigation, reporting, etc., are then available. The other thing that we get is not only the data that it's ingested, but also the playbooks, because maybe I'm detecting something, I'd like to respond, maybe give an insight to an OT engineer, maybe run a certain script as part of the process, some diagnostics. These are based on Azure Logic Apps, and Microsoft has a few of those common things available to you as part of the solution. And when I say solution, it's the packaged solution in the Microsoft Sentinel Content Store. You take it, you connect it to, in this case, your IoT hub or your CyberX sensor, and it starts flowing in the messages. There is a cost associated, of course, because you need Defender for IoT, and you're paying for, I don't know, 25K messages. It's about 20 cents, so it's not expensive at all. But this is something that you can enable, and then you get 15 analytic rules, a couple of dashboards, playbooks, and workbooks, and this will be updated throughout the life cycle. So here's an example from a production line running Siemens. You see that there's a stop command sent, which raises a medium alert as based off the outliers that it would normally not have a stop command in this time frame. And you can use the investigation graph to visually research that alert. If there's any information that we can correlate with the office environment, certain IP addresses, usernames, domain names, we will actually build a graph that spans across OT and your internal IT environment, and again gives you a visual representation of the timeline of all of things happening in your OT environment. It's bi-directional, so it will also close in Defender for IoT. And yeah, here are some of the analytic rules available. There's also connection with the Mitra attack dashboard. For those of you who know Mitra, it's a non-profit organization trying to classify all the types of alerts, so we'll light up the dashboards as part of this solution. And there's also now a migration and modernization program. If you're still on QSite, ArcSite, QSite, Splunk, whatever, Microsoft launched a technical guidance on Microsoft Learn. There's funding available. And there's best practices on the migration on how to get to Microsoft Sentinel if you want to take advantage of it. And that is, I would say, the last part of my update. Probably mentioned a couple of times already, the Book of News. If you want to have all the nitty-gritty details, go to the Book of News. There's one session, if you're really into security, I would encourage you to look back, which is the stories from Dart. Dart is Microsoft's response team for the high-profile breaches at high-profile customers. They have two really cool stories about breaches that have happened where Microsoft has responded. It's a good session that you can watch back for free, so I encourage you to do it by two of their senior analysts that live around Seattle. The new date was also announced, so I would say book your dates for next year. And, well, thank you for listening.
Yeah. Almost ready. Thank you so much, Martin. We're almost ready.
Die van mij. So.
Hello. Are you okay? Yes.
So after this great announcement on security and modern workplace, it is now time to dive into the Azure announcements. So we do this together with Scott Hanselman, who is a partner program manager at Microsoft. There he is. And we will ask Scott a couple of questions. He will show us some cool stuff. And of course, we would like you to ask your questions to him as well afterwards. So hi Scott, thank you so much for joining, and so nice to see you again. How are you?
I'm very well. I'm a little nervous now because I have a lovely audience cam, and then you made my head so giant on the screen. I'm going to zoom out so I can make my head normal size head.
Yeah, we actually have two screens, so we see you twice.
Oh no.
So,
fancy setup. This is so professional.
Yeah, we did our best. Yeah.
We're trying.
I'm just saying, I had low expectations. I thought we were just hanging out, but now it's like a whole television show.
Yeah, we are doing some actual productions here. Yeah.
I'm impressed. It's very nice.
Thanks.
Well, Scott, so this year's tagline of Microsoft Ignite is kind of doing more with less. So cost effectiveness, performance, massive scale, security on confidential VMs. Satya mentioned quite a lot of topics, actually. What would you recommend companies to focus on specifically?
Am I allowed to share my screen?
Absolutely.
Yes, of course.
Let me do that. Let me share my screen, and you can all tease me about my messy desktop and all my icons and everything. We'll see what Hank does. I've disappeared. Don't, I know where everything is. Don't give me a hard time. If you go out and search for the Ignite Book of News, the book of news is what the marketing people call like the stuff that they give to the press. And it's the best place to find announcements. Otherwise, you're going to be running around looking at blogs and struggling to find that stuff. So go see the Book of News. Are they able to see this, what I've shared?
No.
I know that you can see me, but can you see my shared screen?
No, we don't see. Oh, there it's coming.
Oh, whoa.
Hank is changing. He's doing some fancy. I can actually, there you go.
Now we see it.
He's doing OBS scenes in real time. Okay, so if you go in Google with Bing for Book of News, Ignite Book of News, and this is really cool because it breaks down all of the announcements in a much cleaner way. Ooh, what are you doing, man? I can do weird stuff too if you want. Like I can do that. I'm gonna mess him up. I could go like this. All right. So if you go through, sorry, I'm messing up his stream. It's so nice. Here, let me move over here. All right. And now, which way do I turn? There we go. Right here. That's not awkward at all. So the Book of News has all the different things like the AI, the Open AI service, cognitive services for language, all those different things. So if you go through each one of these has individual updates, and each one of them has individual links that you can click on, and then they'll drop you into each blog post. So the Book of News is like a blog post of blog posts. And then each thing that they announced ends up being in boldface. And you can go and learn about each one of those things. A lot of previews, a couple of private previews were announced. Big focus on AI in this particular one. I would, again, it's not a developer conference, it's not Microsoft Build, but there's a ton of AI and data governance type stuff. The developer things don't really happen until you get farther down into like Cosmos and the stuff that I'm more interested in. So like PostgreSQL for Cosmos is new. So we've got scalable Postgres in the cloud and stuff like that. And this thing goes on forever. I'm just going to keep scrolling and just show you that this Book of News, which they really only show to the press, is somewhere that we should be spending our time. And it goes on for like, it's like a book. Look how much this is. So on the right-hand side, there's a flyout of this. Sorry, I'm turning my head this way, but I'm actually over here. There's a table of contents on the right-hand side here that's massive, and it's like 8 chapters. So you can break down the business user could break down each thing that they wanted to look at, like stuff that business applications users care about, or things that people care about if they're on Edge, or the new Microsoft 365 stuff. Does that help?
Yes. That definitely helps. Wow. So what did you think of the hybrid approach this year? Wow.
I flipped myself. It was bothering me because I was looking over here, but I was nervous, so I flipped myself. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I have a serious question now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. What did you think of the hybrid approach this year during Ignite?
I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. So we're still learning how to, I want to unshare my screen now. We're still learning how to be humans in the same room together, which I think is a little bit challenging. And I I think we're also trying to figure out what a true hybrid event is. Most events have been in-person events where we throw a camera on somebody. I hosted the developer track, and what we tried to do to make it feel like it was both a hybrid event and an in-person event was we made all the Q&A go through one place. So if you were in the room, we had a QR code, you would scan it and then put your question in and it would appear on a screen in front of us. So the questions for the in-room audience were treated identically to the questions that were done by the virtual audience. And that made everybody equal. So that was really cool. And then we had cameras in the room that were used by both the people in the room and the people online. So everyone got to see like a nice zoomed in camera view. But I think it was about 80% good. I do think that hybrid is the default by now, and you can't just point a camera at somebody and say that, look, we've got a hybrid event. I think that events like this, where like just the fact that I was so impressed when I came in, and it's so nice, this is like the standard, you know what I mean? It's like it should be this well organized. The trick is teaching people how to do this, right? You have to get more Hanks and people out there to teach everyone how to do live TV production of this level of quality. And we're still learning how to do that.
Yeah, and everyone should buy a lot of gear to get it actually set
Is this a
up.
beer? Is this a beer-powered event right here? Is this whole thing powered by beer?
No, gear.
Gear.
Oh, gear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
I thought
don't.
it was all
Yeah,
based on
no.
alcohol. I thought this entire
We
event was
don't
hosted
drink
entirely
beer.
on beer.
So Scott, I believe you have a demo presented or ready for us to present, right?
Sorry, you broke up there. Say it again.
I'm sorry. I believe you have a demo ready for us with the Azure updates.
I have demos, but I don't know if they're good demos or bad demos. But I talk a little bit about. I'll show you what I'm working on instead, because I try to do this. Here we go. Let me switch. So for context, what I'm working on is I've got my blood sugar. I'm a diabetic. I'm a type 1 diabetic, and I've got my blood sugar right now, and this is up in Heroku. And it's up in Heroku because it was a Node application that I deployed a very, very long time ago, and Heroku had a free tier. And Heroku recently got rid of their free tier. So if you go in Google with Bing for Heroku free tier, it says news. Where'd it go? What is this? Is all Heroku free. They basically shut it down and everyone freaked out. And there it is. Heroku announces plans to eliminate free plans. Okay, so people could not run their blood sugar systems like this. And this is a very popular open source project. And I'm a type 1 diabetic, so I have all these implants and stuff. So I've got like an insulin pump right here, and then I've got another implant over here, which this is tape. Which shows my blood sugar in real time. So I actually have a REST API for my body, because we all do, right? Don't we all have REST APIs for our bodies? So if I go out to the command line here, you can see that I have my current folder, my current Git branch, my current .NET version, and then my current blood sugar with a trend line, because it's important to me, right? And I wanted to get off of Heroku, but I wasn't sure if I'd be able to do that because I wanted to be able to do free stuff. But I noticed that there's a really generous free tier now in Cosmos, and there's a really generous free tier that's been improved in Azure App Service. So what I'm currently working on is an deploy to Azure button. Have you all been familiar with the deploy to Azure button? Right? So trying to basically make an ARM template that lets someone deploy a free version of this. Now this is a Mongo this is a Node application that talks to Mongo. So what I was doing was creating a trial, a free trial here in the Azure portal, and then using Cosmos for Mongo, which recently added basically $60 worth of free RUs, or these resource units. It added $60 worth. And it added this really cool feature that people don't know about, which is the ability to share your RUs across multiple database collections. So these are all of the blood sugar and diabetes database collections that I have here. I have 7 of them. And ordinarily, that would be between $50 and $70 a month to run that. But you get 1,000 RUs for free here. And people are usually very afraid of Cosmos because you don't want to wake up with a big bill. But now I can go down here and you see I can prevent a $58 cost by saying limit the account to the amount included in the free tier discount. A lot of people don't know that that exists, and you get 1 free tier discount per subscription. So if you're using Mongo or Cosmos or whatever. Now, I point out that it's Mongo because we don't have a Mongo database on Azure, but Cosmos supports Mongo at the wire protocol level. That means that this application, this node application that manages my blood sugar, doesn't know that it's talking to Cosmos. It thinks it's talking to Mongo. Isn't that cool? And then I'm sharing this 1,000 resource units costing me $0 across all of these databases, which then allows me to have that API that I can then include. And that API can appear in my Git prompt. I've plugged it into Siri and Alexa, so I can be walking around the house and just ask the house what my blood sugar is, and it will go and pull it from that database. And then the next thing was to have not just the database, of course, but also the app service plan. So this web plan here is free. And this web plan, here you go, there's the free plan, totally free. And historically, that plan has not been of enough quality that you could do anything useful with it. Like a free plan didn't have enough going on there. It didn't have enough CPU, it didn't have enough power. But now I've got enough to run this whole thing. And if I remember correctly, I did a deployment a couple days ago, deployment center. And I'm deploying it now from Docker Hub. So I can do a single container deployment of a full image. And now for totally free, I have a solution. And this is great because for me, there's about 70,000 diabetics out there using Heroku, and they're going to lose their free tier on Heroku at the end of the month. So then I went and made a YouTube on how to do this. So I did basically a step-by-step 20-minute how to set up diabetes management for free in Azure YouTube, and people are migrating it over now onto to Azure. And then Chris Harris, my buddy, and I were literally before this talk working on this, and here's his fork of this project called Night Scout. Here you can say he's 36 commits ahead. And what he did is he took this Azure deploy.json. I'll make it bigger here. So basically he goes and generates as much as possible. And then when you hit deploy to Azure from his system, you have a button here. So now somebody can deploy to Azure, deploy to Heroku, and then we'll look at that ARM template. And when you click on it, we'll fill out a form. And it'll be like, here's a form of the 4 or 5 things you need to set, and it'll set that up automatically. And then the next step that I'm going to do is I'm going to convert it from ARM, Azure Resource Manager, to Bicep. And then when I have it in Bicep, I'm going to be able to use a new thing called AZD. Have you all seen AZD? Has anyone talked about that yet? Hands up for AZD. No. AZD is the Azure Developer CLI. And AZD is for devs. Here you can see me talking about it. And you can create this Azure YAML file and basically just type AZD up. So for example, if I wanted to make a Node.js app on Mongo that's a to-do app, I type AZD up, and it brings the entire app up. And then I can say AZD down and pull the entire app back down. And it makes it really easy for developers. So we're currently working on how I would go and create, this application just by typing AZD up, which is pretty cool as well. So you can check out the Azure Developer CLI over here. And what's nice about it is that there's a whole series of templates, and they're building a bunch of them. So here's, just to start, here's Node and 4 different templates. And then if you're a C# person, you've got C# talking to Cosmos and C# talking to Azure SQL. And then it'll explain the tech stack and how that works. So I should have a command line way to deploy it and a web-based way to deploy it within the next week or so, which is pretty fun. And again, totally free, because a lot of people really dismiss the free tier as not having any value, but I think that it actually has a lot of value, and there's a lot more free stuff than I think people realize. Is that cool? Comments, questions, thoughts? That was stupid. That was not stupid. Hank made an audience cam so I can see you all, and your posture is very poor. There's a lot of this. There's a lot of this going on here. There you go. Now I feel better.
At the moment, from the audience?
Questions? We have a microphone. We can run up to you. Guess so far,
Yeah, don't worry.
good,
They're checking
Scott.
email.
Oh, we have one question. One question. Hold on. We have a question from Esther.
Hi, Scott. I was wondering, first of all, I do understand that you want to transpile the ARM template back to Bicep. But one of the things that I noticed is that it's so much easier as a developer to inject or to transform the ARM template because it's JSON formatted, which can be an object or imported as an object, than the Bicep templates, which cannot be imported in an object manner. So it does make more sense to stick with the ARM template if you want to have customizations options in it.
Yeah,
But
that's a
I
great
love
point.
Bicep, so I do understand that you want to go for Bicep. But
So I totally hear what you're saying, and I agree. That's a very thoughtful thing to say. I'm struggling myself to understand the role of ARM, which I think is powerful, but also kind of obnoxious. I mean, ARM templates get pretty gross pretty fast.
yeah.
But Bicep is kind of like TypeScript for ARM. And
Correct.
just
Yeah,
like
and
I don't like...
it's more human readable, so it makes more sense to use
Right,
Bicep.
exactly.
But from a developer or a programmer point of view, the JSON formatting of an ARM template is much easier to manipulate and to use as a real template for custom input that you want to use.
Okay, so are you saying you don't like Bicep, or are you saying you tolerate Bicep?
I give a lot of presentations to promote Bicep, so I actually love Bicep. But from using it as a customization platform, where, for instance, you want to inject multiple JSON parameters into it, then it's easier to use the ARM template due to the JSON formatting being able to objectify it, instead of Bicep, which doesn't have a syntax that makes it easy to transpile it into an object.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe I need to look more into that. I'm still learning. It sounds like you're a lot more advanced. Volunteers are appreciated.
Yeah,
You're welcome to join
I'd
the
be
team.
happy to help you out.
Yeah, because one of the things that I'm struggling with right now is that I need to make this Mongo database, and then I need to wait until I get the connection string, which then turns into a configuration into the website.
Yeah.
So that finds it very confusing. And then ARM doesn't seem to have actual dependency understanding, like ARM systems don't understand dependencies.
No, you have to explicitly program the dependencies into your JSON for the ARM template, where the Bicep allows you to implicitly, with the transpiling, get that dependencies in there. because Bicep is intelligent enough to understand references from different resource declarations.
Yeah, so I'm finding that very confusing. The other part is that there appear to be settings deep in things like Cosmos that I don't know yet if they are exposed as ARM. So, for example, here's 7 collections, and when you create them by default, you would get 400 RU each times 7 collections for a total of 2,400 RU, which is far more than the amount you get for free.
Yeah.
So, but 400 is the minimum. But here I've got this shared bit flipped, okay? And if we go into total throughput limit, we see this option. I can't find if this is exposed in ARM or not. And I'm finding that I make the database, I create the whole thing, and then I have to have a little extra step where the customer has to go into the portal and click stuff. But I know that the portal uses ARM in the back end to make settings changes, therefore, logically, there must be a way.
Yeah, so I think if you go to the Overview tab and in the upper right corner, you have that JSON view. So that should give you some hints on...
It doesn't.
See?
It doesn't. So here's the bad part. So I can go in here and pick, like, you know, the latest version or whatever, then pull it over into here.
And then it still doesn't show that.
And it's missing stuff. There's a ton of stuff. The only thing that I can find in here is this. But I've seen there's no comment about collections. None of those other settings have been expressed. So I feel like not all of the database has been expressed in this ARM template. So now I'm going to go and dig in with the Cosmos team and find out if there are hidden settings that are not being expressed here. Because just what you described, you just said it, like it makes sense. So you would think I would go in there and find it. But no, the answer is no.
That would be my first guess as well. So.
Yeah, I was kind of sad. I found this here, but the part that spreads it across and shares it, turns out it is on a collection by collection basis. So it's on a database by database basis. So this database here is called test. That setting appears on the database, not on the resource. So I'm worried that it might be expressed inside Mongo and not inside the ARM, you know, metadata storage.
Okay, now you're losing me.
Oh, no, believe me, I lost all sanity almost 5 hours ago. But you've helped me greatly already. But I like that what you're thinking and what I'm thinking are the same. So I'll be emailing you for help later.
Okay, awesome. Let's do that.
I see the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Anyone else? Questions for Scott?
Yeah, one question here.
Yes, we have another question coming up. There you go.
Hi, Mr. Hanselman. Thank you for doing the presentation today.
Mr. Hanselman.
Yeah.
Mr. Hanselman was my father.
Well, if I just said Scott, you wouldn't have remembered me. So now I'm the guy that called you Mr. Hanselman, right?
No, we'll always have that.
That bond. Yeah. So basically, with what you were just discussing, did you also try this on Cosmos with the new preview for Postgre? Does it also have that shared throughput?
That's a good question. I did not do that. We could go and find out together, though. So if we go in here and make a new Postgres.
Yeah, just like
oh, actually, that's a good point. You only get the 1,000 for, you only get the 1,000 RUs per sub on a sub-by-sub basis. So I won't get it if I make one of these.
Yeah, because you already have it in your sub.
Because I already have it in my sub. Now you go in here. I'm gonna guess that it's probably not gonna work because I don't know if they expose it as RUs. The issue is that this is okay. So the difference is, this is a guess, and if someone knows if someone knows that I'm wrong, interrupt. But Mongo is a lie where you are talking the Mongo database protocol on the wire, but it's stored in Cosmos.
Yeah.
And Gremlin, as a wire protocol, is also a lie, and you're still storing in Cosmos. But Cosmos with Postgres is actually using Citus, and it is in fact Postgres. So I don't believe that they're counting things in terms of RUs. So I don't believe that those free RUs apply. I can double check on that, but I believe that that's the case. Good question. This is my actual personal Azure, so I actually have to pay money. So it says Hanselman demo, but I've been using it for like 10 years. But I pay real cash. Don't trust Microsoft employees that have unlimited credits, because I have to actually paid. I paid $119 this month.
Well, thank you.
I'm always looking for ways to save money.
So maybe you can pass on the mic.
The billing model on the Postgres shows it's only using vCores, not RUs.
Using cores, vCores? Yeah, that makes sense. So the question is, though, that you have a free tier on Cosmos. Does the free tier apply? And I don't think it does. We can go and find out, but I don't think so. Yeah, you can have one free tier, 400 RUs and 5 gigs of storage per Azure Cosmos. And then you have to click Apply Free Tier Discount. And this says estimated $24 a month, but on me, on mine, it's saving me $58 a month. So it saves you significant amounts. And then the Postgres stuff is new. But I believe it's using Citus in the back end. So yeah, your point is taken. It's vCores. Cool.
Awesome. So, Scott, yep. Is this thing on? Okay.
I can hear you.
Oh, sorry. So you mentioned.
I was wondering if you're asking if, like, am I on? Am I aware?
Oh, no.
This thing is on.
Good. So you mentioned you had like a couple of demos planned. Would you like to continue with the other ones, or I can ask the audience for more questions?
No, I mean, demo is a very loose term. My demos, so like some people come with like prepped demos. What I have is my life in the cloud. So I can continue to demo Hanselman International, which is my blog, my podcast, and all this stuff that I run in the cloud for as little money as possible. So I'm happy to continue, but if there are questions or comments, you can certainly feel free. So yeah, I don't have like formal demos. I just have the absolute chaos that is my computer in the cloud, which I'm happy to talk to about at length, and how I manage this stuff. It's up to you.
Should we let Scott continue? Yeah, with his life in the cloud, please, Scott. Show us.
Please tell us about your your life online.
All right. Okay. Well, I think I may have told you at some point. I may have talked with a couple of you about the fact that there was a time when I was an MVP, a Microsoft MVP, and Microsoft MVPs sometimes get free stuff, and when you get free stuff, you want to use it. So about 17 or 18 years ago, I was given a free virtual machine by a company called OrcsWeb. And they were like, hey, you get a free VM, and it was super cool. So I put my Hanselman.com/blog, and then the Hansel Minutes podcast, I put it into the free virtual machine. And just for the advertising portion of the show, I would encourage you to listen to my podcast. It's actually pretty good. I've done 862 episodes of the podcast. And if I just go to the podcast and just kind of like scroll a little bit. There's lots of cool people talking about lots of cool tech. And I want to point out that I'm still scrolling and I'm only in the 600s. So while I'm talking about tech, I'm just going to sit here and just gently scroll and just remind you that there's a lot of awesome people that you can learn from. And all you got to do is just listen to the Hanselman podcast. You know how people will call you sometimes and they'll say like, hey, can I pick your brain and have coffee? And you're like, I don't know you. I don't want to have coffee with you. Why would you say that? Well, in fact, I do that. I just record it. So these are all people that I've talked to over the years. I'm still in the 300s, by the way, and I'm still scrolling. These are people that I've talked to over the years, and I would, have coffee with them, except I record it. And you can go and search all the transcripts as well. I've got AI created transcripts. So if there's a topic that you want to learn about, you can go and search for like who mentioned Azure. And I'll go and find within the transcript where they mentioned Azure. And then you can click on it and it'll automatically go directly into that part of the transcript and start talking where that person mentioned it. And as you hit play, it'll talk and it'll go bounce, bounce, bounce. And you can see exactly what they're saying. So go and check that out. That all runs up in Azure. So I've got this free virtual machine at OrcsWeb, and everything was great and it was working well. And then the OrcsWeb got bought by a company called SureWeb, and they are out of Quebec. And I started getting yellow screens of death on my website, and it was telling me I was running out of disk space. So I know that they had given me a virtual machine that was Windows Server 2012. It was actually 2003, and then they updated it to 2012, and it had 30 gigs. So I called them and I asked them to upgrade my virtual machine to more memory. And I called the support people, and they had never heard of me. And by never heard of me, I don't mean like, oh, I'm famous. Have you ever heard of me? I mean never heard of me like they didn't know I was a customer. And I said, well, I have Hanselman.com. It's in your system. And they said, no, you're not a customer. We don't know your email. We don't know anything about you. And I said, well, I can ping my computer. That means it's still out there. It's a real computer. And they were like, I mean, if you say so. I said, would you please find out where this virtual machine is? They called me back and they said, it turns out your machine was never virtual. It was under Anna's desk. It was a mini tower physical machine under Anna's desk. None of the MVPs had ever come and asked for virtual machines. So we just picked a random computer and gave it to you, and it's been sitting under Anna's desk for 17 years. And I said, well, can you put a bigger hard drive in there? And they were like, well, you're not a customer. Anna doesn't even work here anymore. And it's just a physical computer, so we can ship you the hard drive. So I've been talking about the power of the cloud for years. And my computer was a physical computer under a lady's desk in Quebec. This was very bad. This was this is what you call legacy, legacy debt, technical debt. So I had to remote desktop into this machine and delete logs every couple of days to keep it from crashing while I tried to figure out what to happen. And I said, well, can I pay you? Can I buy a virtual machine? And they said, no, we don't really like that computer, and we don't really want, you don't want you to be a customer. Can you just make it go away? So then they gave me a month to get all of this in the cloud. So this is a really interesting situation where that I thought it was on a VM. I thought it was backed up. And in fact, it was on physical machine. And this is really like very typical of an Azure customer. I need to lift and shift, right? So this is an opportunity for me to lift and shift up into the cloud. But if I had simply picked up that physical machine and run something like disk to VHD, which is a physical to virtual system, I would still have a virtual machine. It would be in the cloud. Nothing would really change. I wouldn't get any benefit out of this. And I need to move 3 individual websites that are all running on IIS, and they're all running on really, really old versions of of Windows, and they're running on old versions of .NET. So how can I really get this 17 years of old crap into the cloud? And then I've also got security issues. I've been looking at securityheaders.com. Somebody give me their URL. Give me a URL of your personal website. Anybody want to be a guinea pig? Oh, yeah, I can see you wincing in the front row. Isn't it? I am not giving you my website.
Anyone wants
Give
to
me a
share
website,
their
Hank.
website?
What do you
Yes,
got?
yes, yes.
We are
We have
looking
one.
for a
There we
victim,
go.
Scott.
The cloudadmin.eu.
The
cloud what?
cloudadmin.eu.
Yeah.
The cloudadmin.eu.
Yes.
Yes.
Ooh! Aren't you fancy? Yeah, that's why he wanted to give us the number. That's why he wanted to do it. You knew it was going to be fancy, didn't you? You just wanted free advertising. Somebody give me one that doesn't have an A+. That's the first time I've ever put a random URL in there and gotten an A+. So kudos to you. The cloudadmin.eu knows what they're doing. You should hire them. See how the free advertising? You see how that works?
Yeah. Well, I have one for from our community, Scott. That's rubynl.org.
RubyML?
NL as in Netherlands. N
Oh,
from
Netherlands.org?
.org. Yeah. I know.
You know,
we still have to work on it.
You should call the cloud admin.
So how did you get the A+? I want that.
So this brings up a really good point. So how do you get the A+? Well, there's different HTTP headers, but there's also certificate things in SSL and the version of TLS that you have. It's a bunch of stuff. And you just have to follow their instructions, and it's pretty straightforward. It took me a while, and I wrote it up on my blog. But the point is, I was on a version of Windows 2012 that could not get an A+, because it didn't support versions of TLS that I wanted. And I realized that this is a 10-year-old operating system. It's time for me to move to the cloud. But it then got me realizing that I don't want to think about virtual machines anymore. And this is about IaaS versus PaaS versus software as a service. At what layer do I want to think about stuff? And getting an A+, is that really my job? I just want to run a blog. So I could manage a VM, install the certificates myself, think about TLS myself, constantly thinking about Patch Tuesday just to run a blog. Or I could up level and start thinking about running it as a website. So I got to the task of updating to .NET Core. And once I got it working in .NET Core, I was able to go and have Docker files and getting it running in Docker on Windows. And then once it's running in Docker, that gave me the ability to then run it anywhere I wanted to. So for me, the path off of that physical machine started with containers. And once I had built the containers and started getting it running in Docker Desktop, then I had choice. I could put it in Windows in containers. I could put it in, run it on Windows on a VM. I could run it in Linux in a container. But I needed to get it into containers to start with. Once I got that going, I started to have a lot of flexibility. So now I can go in here and say, Docker build, go and build my entire application. And just like I showed you earlier with that blood sugar management system, which runs in containers in the cloud, containers ended up being a really great path for me to move into the cloud. So now if we go back over to Azure and we go and look at Hansel minutes. Actually, let's go look at Azure. We'll look at an app service plan instead. Oh, I'm in the wrong sub. Let's make sure that we're in the one I'm paying for and not the free trial. There we go. Check it out. I've got 6 applications in a basic on Windows, and I've got 4 in a premium on Linux. And now, if we look at the apps on Linux, got the blog, the brochureware, the podcast, and even Azure Friday runs all in a single app service plan, which is another good reminder to all of us that are using Azure, is we tend to not abuse Azure enough. Right now, I'm sitting at 70% memory usage. And if that was a physical machine under someone's desk, I would be like, I'm running that machine too hard, it's too hot. But from an Azure perspective, I'm thinking, man, I could probably fit 3 more sites up here. I want to make that machine work as hard as possible, right? Because notice my CPU is just nice sawtooth pattern. I'm between 10% and 20%. It's doing its work. It's caching data and it's holding it entirely in memory. So I feel like I'm getting a real value out of this running, 4 decent sized sites, but I'm caching everything in memory, which is allowing me to get a lot of my, my dollars out of this. And then if we look at these, I'm running 6 other sites over on the Windows side. And because they were running on Windows before, I was able to throw them up into app service. And because they are not virtual machines, all I got to do is go to configuration and then pick the platform that I'm running on. And in this case, the platform is .NET, but I can pick any one of these. People just need to be reminded of that stuff. Like if you're running a virtual machine, that's fine. But, it's like being a homeowner versus being a renter. I like to somebody else worry about the house and keep the house running and all of the maintenance around. I would much rather rent and have Azure deal with that. So over the course of a couple of months, I moved everything up into the cloud, and it's all running within my MSDN subscription. And I only pay about $100 a month, and I'm running now, gosh, look, see, there's 300 people on the site right now, like on the podcast site, like as we speak, and I don't have to do anything about it, and that's made life a lot easier. So then I got to add new features. So if I scroll all the way to the bottom, I thought this was really cool. Check this out. See how it actually says the version of .NET? I added the actual commit hash and the logs from GitHub and Azure DevOps. So I know at all times what version is running. If I go and right click on this, I can go directly to the commit from August that is currently running live. And then if I want, I can go directly to the Azure DevOps logs of the actual build of what's currently running live. So I can see that that was a 90-second build that happened in August. And then if I go to the Hanselman website, it also shows the version of .NET. And then if I go to the blog, which I've been taking a break from blogging for a little bit. I got tired after 20 years. I have the exact same feature. And I can see the last time I built the blog was in March, and I can go directly to the commit that happened. And none of that was really possible when I was running on a VM, which is cool. And then let's make sure that we shame Hank as well while we're in here. Close. And I think I actually did a blog post, Hanselman security headers. Boop. Hey, look at that. Instructions on how to do it. Now we need to learn how to get an A+ from the cloud admin. So I'm not sure how much time we have. I could go for an hour and a half, getting exquisite detail on how I did all that stuff. But the larger point was exploiting Azure as much as you possibly can and squeezing as much as you can out of the free resources that they give you. Question in the front row there.
Yes, we have a question from the A+ man.
Do you use CDN also, or you use only the app service?
Ooh, that's a great question. Actually, that's a fantastic question. Let me show you something. So the Hanselman blog, there's two options. The question was about the CDN, so there's 2 options here. First, the blog itself is currently located in central US, and you'll notice that it's incredibly fast. It's really, sub 20 milliseconds, sub 10 milliseconds, but the images are huge. So the images actually appear on the CDN edge. So to your point, I didn't want to change them in the database, so I rewrite the images when they get displayed, and I do a read through CDN. So I'm using Azure Front Door for Hanselman.com. Then I'm using a CDN for all of the images. The website itself gets pulled from, is still in one location on the app service. And then on Hansel Minutes, if I right-click on someone and say Open Image in New Tab, those are on images.hanselminutes.com. That is a custom CDN CNAME domain pointing again over to the Azure CDN. So all of the images and all of the podcast will come from the CDN, but the HTML is currently not under CDN. It's cached in memory, so it's incredibly fast, but all the images are in the CDN. And then the Azure App Service is fronted by Front Door. No, Seth Juarez, what are you doing? I'm giving a talk, dude. Hang on a second. Take him out of there. Here's front end. And then actually, while I was in the process of doing that, I built a staging.hanselman.com, and I had the original Hanselman.com pointing to the old computer. So while I was switching, and I assume if you followed me on the internet for a couple of years, hopefully none of you noticed me moving from a physical machine to the cloud, because I was being smart about my DNS, and I was running 2 versions of the website simultaneously. One over on that physical machine and one in Azure. And I was running it on staging, and I was sending 50% of the traffic to one and 50% to the other to test. And then I slowly drained the internet off of my physical machine in Quebec and onto this one, and then swapped it with Azure Front Door. And Azure Front Door now includes a CDN. So I'm currently in the process of updating to Azure Front Door, the new version from the classic one, which will probably save me another $30 or $40 a month. Is that good?
So
Good questions?
Did you also let the people in Quebec know that you moved the website to Azure, or is the machine still?
No, so that's a great question. So that machine is actually still it's gone now. The physical machine was removed. But funny story, and this is an actual true story, and I might be able to find the actual tweet from the guy. I was in the process of working on this thing, and the system died. The computer actually finally died. The disk died, and I tweeted, "I think my machine has finally died in Quebec." And it turned out that one of the guys that worked at that company was in the data center at the time and saw the tweet and went and found the physical machine and plugged it in and unplugged it for me to get the last little bit of data off. And he DM'd me, and I still have the DM around here somewhere. But a real human was in the data center at the time and went and like slapped the computer to get it back up, and he like sent me a picture of it. So it was such a funny like reminder that in a real cloud, you can't visit your computer, you can't see it, right? But in a hosting environment, you can visit your computer, you can go and see it and say, there's my computer. So right now, I don't know where my computer is, but when it was in Quebec, a man turned it on and off again for me, which I thought was really cool.
Yeah, that is really cool.
Wow, turning off and on actually does help.
Yeah, it does.
Absolutely
it helps
does,
me,
yes.
On a daily basis, yes. So I think we are out of time, so we need to wrap up. Thank you so much for this story. Really great story. Great questions as well. So next we will first have a bit of a coffee break, and then we will move on to the AI updates together with Seth and Sammy. So thanks a lot, Scott. Again, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks for having me.
Bye-bye.
All right. It's the last session of the day. It's 8 o'clock already, but we're gonna make sure you can all go home by 9. Or at least if you want to stay for a drink. In the last session, we're going to talk about the AI announcements that were announced during Ignite 22. And of course, who else could we invite in the call as Seth? Good morning to you, Seth. How are you?
Good evening to everyone there. How's everybody doing? Hopefully well.
We're glad to have you today in our hybrid events with people from the US, but of course also here in the Netherlands. Okay, Seth, how did you like Ignite this year? We already saw some videos of you presenting during Ignite.
I thought Ignite was awesome. It was great to be able to be in person with folks. I wish I could be there with you all today. That would be awesome. And so it's good to be in front of people again. You know, talking to cameras is not as fun, I think.
But you're doing it right now, so you're not enjoying it.
I know, but I can see people. I can see people, though. There's a difference.
That's true.
I can see people.
That's true.
All right. So do you want me to just take it away?
Yeah, well, let's talk about what was the biggest announcement that you really liked about AI.
Oh, there was a ton, and one of the things that if you want to know like everything that we put out at Microsoft, and let me turn it over here so I can show you, we put out this thing called the Book of News.
Let me interrupt you. You're number 4 who's showing this.
What's that?
I'm
the 4th one?
You're the 4th one already showing this website, so don't worry about it.
Oh, good. Oh, good. So you know this. So let's go into what we have for AI. Yeah. And then what I'll do is I have put together some curated excerpts of some cool demos, and then I'm going to show you some of the stuff that I think is cool. And then I just want to answer your questions about AI as best as I can. And I want to make sure you get home at the right time as well. And so this is for you that are watching. I'm happy to take any questions at any time. And so since this is the 4th time seeing this, I'm just going to skip to the part that I think is really cool. We have a couple of things going on. We have something called the Azure OpenAI service. Happy to show you that with GPT-3 as well as DALL-E. We also have cognitive search for language, which is amazing. When I went to school, my research was in natural language processing, and so the stuff that we can do nowadays versus what we can do in school is just amazing. We added some stuff for computer vision and spatial analysis, now in preview, and then we added some speech stuff. And I'm going to show you this stuff because I think it's really cool. And then finally, from the cognitive services side, we have Azure Form Recognizer, and that's been one of our workhorses. I think the best way to describe machine learning that is useful is it's more practical than flashy, and this here is one example of probably one of the most practical things. Hopefully, I was pointing at the screen. And then finally, a couple of things for Azure Machine Learning. And I condensed some of the demos. If you didn't get to watch the sessions, I've gone ahead beforehand and I've condensed all of the demos for us technical folks, so you can just watch the technical stuff and then ask me questions about it. So the first one is registries. This to me is a game changer. And you'll see why in a little bit. It's a game changer because it allows you to move your machine learning assets up the stack so that you can use them in other workspaces. And if you're not a machine learning person, just imagine being able to have like NPM, but for models, for environments, and for models, environments, and data assets, which is really cool. The next couple of things which were pretty big were the Azure Container for PyTorch, which can sometimes cut training time down in half if you're using PyTorch, and then the Responsible AI Dashboard and Scorecard, which is generally available soon, hopefully in the next month or two. And so you'll see that coming up here reasonably quickly. And then there were some additional updates. The one that I liked the most, these are all obviously awesome, but this one is probably one of the coolest. We have the latest update to our Azure ML SDK, our Python SDK version 2, which in theory makes it so that you can create your own facade over the control plane of Azure ML, because Azure ML is both a product and it's also a platform. And so if there's something in your organization that you want to automate and you want to create your own machine learning place, this is what you would use to do that. Okay, so for those you might have seen this already. When it comes to AI at Microsoft, we put it in everything, from all the way to the top, all the way to the bottom. And the question becomes, and this is an interesting question, and I don't know if we talk about this enough. You remember a couple of years ago, probably 10 or 15 years, every company had to decide whether or not they were also a development company. And by I mean development, I mean software development. And many of the companies that decided that they were not going to be software companies too, they're kind of not around anymore, you know? Now we're moving into the phase where in the next 10 years, every company is going to decide if they're also an AI company. And we have to make some choices regarding whether we want to use AI or whether we want to build AI. And using AI is already happening. Like, for example, if you're seeing transcription happening right now, that's using our cognitive services. One of the things you may not have seen, and maybe you have, is you can actually use subtitles. So, for example, I will speak in Spain and in Spanish, and let's just say you're going to listen to this in Dutch. So if I turn this on, y empiezo a hablar español, van a ver las letras en, no sé cómo se dice Dutch en español, pero lo van a ver en su idioma propia. Is that pretty good? Was that good Dutch? I don't know. Do you speak Dutch? And so that's another example of stuff that's just literally up the stack all the way over here. If you're ever writing an email, let me see if I can start an email here to show you. So here's a new email. Let me bring it over here. Hello, John. That's my boss's name. I wanted to see if it was possible. Do you see that? How it's automatically starting to complete stuff for me? That's just AI that's just enriching stuff. And you're going to start to find that many of the folks that you cater to in your organizations are just going to come to expect this kind of delightful experience. And notice I really haven't done anything with AI other than I'm using it. So that's what this top level is here. Now, I don't know if you had anyone from the Power Platform talk, but we also have this thing called the, oh, hold on. It's still translating. Let me turn this off. We still have the Power Platform, something called the AI Builder, where you can use a ton of this stuff, and then you have all the scenario-based things. Cool. So let's get into some of the demos that we presented at Ignite, but I abbreviated them and took out all the in-between stuff so that you could just watch the demo and we can look at some of the questions. And then I was going to go into some of these things live because Sammy and I think it was yesterday, I was like, oh, I want to show extractive summarization. And Sammy will tell you that it was like, you can't use it, Seth. You have to apply for the private preview. And I applied, and I have not gotten approved yet. I have a sound effect for that. So we're going to watch the demo instead here. So let's take a look at Xiao Ying does a wonderful demo on summarization and form recognizer and call center automation. So let me play this. I had to turn the sound on. Sorry.
Seth, we don't hear your sound.
Uh-oh, you don't hear my sound, huh? I have, hold on, there you go. There you go. I'll do it again. Sorry, you should hear it now.
Also, their support agents receive hundreds of letters and emails from their customers every day. Here, I have an example of a dispute email submitted by an unhappy customer with their banking experience. A dense email like this can be tough for agents to catch up quickly, which will impact agents' issue resolution time and their customers' experiences. To resolve this challenge, developers in Bank of Contoso quickly put together this app using document summarization in Cognitive Service for Language. It provides agents with two types of summaries: an abstractive summary to rewrite a long email within only a couple of sentences, and an extractive summary to highlight a couple of key sentences from the original email, just in case the agent wants to get more context. Now agents can easily identify the reported issues with key information from long documents and quickly respond to customers, classify, and create case records.
So I'm going to pause it right there because this is really cool. I mean, this thing makes it so that you can get, using AI, you can get what matters most from a large block of text. And listen, look, part of my job now is I need to read very long emails and very long text. And imagine if you're a support worker, this is a game changer, in my opinion. All right, I'm going to keep going. Sorry, I just had to interject. Xiao Ying is awesome, by the way.
Now let's move on to another use case of contact center. Let's say this same customer also submitted a picture of paper form for this issue. The form is handwritten with customer details, so it can often take agents a lot of time to manually input the data into the system. And it could also result in human error. This is where Azure Form Recognizer can help you. The best way to try this out is using Form Recognizer Studio. Let's try to analyze general document and upload the form. By simply clicking the Analyze button, Form Recognizer returns the extracted key value pairs in the form. With this, the agent's manual process can be completely automated, so their time is freed up to focus on engaging with more customers. Now the same customer also made a phone call to the Bank of Contoso Contact Center. Hello, thank you for calling the Bank of Contoso. How may I assist you today?
Hi there. The abuse of my credit card has really screwed me up. I've sent the dispute email, I submitted the form. How long do I need to wait until it can be removed from my account? Please help me, and I need this solved as soon as possible.
I'm so sorry this happened. Let me assist you on your credit dispute request. It seems the customer is very upset about this issue. At this point, customer service managers probably want to get timely insights from a support call like this. So let's see how NLP capabilities in Cognitive Service can help you. Let's try it out in the Language Studio. It now provides a guided experience for developers to quickly explore and apply call center analytics. Using the sample data provided in Language Studio, we can see, together with Cognitive Service for speech and language, a call recording can be automatically transcribed and analyzed with sentiment and PI detection. It also uses conversation summarization to recap the customer issue and the resolutions as discussed in the call. Language Studio also provides the sample code and the JSON output. So developers in Bank of Contoso can easily get started with the sample code and integrate all these AI capabilities into this app to analyze the customer call we just played. With all these insights, service managers can quickly identify which calls need more attention and understand the content of those calls without even listening to the entire recording.
So you saw three things there. You saw, the first thing you saw was, let's scroll back so we can get a little reminder. We saw the summarization. Then we saw the form recognizer. And then we saw the call center analytics. And all of this is happening with AI assisting this work. So I wanted to show you a couple of those actual tools. So let me see if I can't bring up. Here we go. So this is Form Recognizer Studio. You can there is the URL that you can go, formrecognizer.appliedai.azure.com/studio. And this thing can be used to read all sorts of things. And so if you haven't seen this, and this is the first time, it's pretty amazing. Basically, you give it a form, like for example, this form, you hit analyze, and instead of a human having to read through this stuff, pull the information out, in a matter of seconds, you get everything you want. Like, for example, this is the service address. Or this is the invoice ID. Or this is the invoice date. And you can pull this out. You can get the key value pairs. You can actually see the JSON result of this thing. So you can build very powerful applications to process forms pretty quickly. And you can see here that here's some Python code, and we show you a couple of other ways to do this as well. So in theory, you could make your own startup whose only job is to take scanned in forms and put it into a database for whatever industry that you want, and this would do it for you, which is amazing. And I have people that are related to me who come to me and are like, hey, yeah, we have, I can't believe they're wasting so much time on inputting forms. And I'm like, there's a better way. You can use AI. And it's just amazing. The second thing I wanted to show you was Azure Open AI. And this is an interesting thing because Azure Open AI is pretty good at doing things like summarization. So let me generate the summary for this. There you go. But let's do something. Let's do something else. Wikipedia snails. Okay, let's take a look at what it says about snails. We'll just Control-C that, and then obviously we've got to clean this up. So I always use. Does anyone else do this, or am I just like the old guy in the room that we use Notepad? We use Notepad to clean up text. Now it's clean. Oh, you do it too. Good. So there's two old guys that do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this into Azure OpenAI. Let's clear this out. Boop. Let's put this in here, and I'm going to do the same thing. Hopefully those 1s and 2s don't mess it up. A snail is a small creature with a coiled shell. It may be found in fresh or salt water and on land. It's usually an herbivore, but snails are carnivores. Many people eat snails as a delicacy. It's a pretty good summary. And like I said, I didn't beforehand. I mean, look, pick something else you want me to look up. It can be anything. Shout something out, because I didn't pick this beforehand.
Something from Scott's website.
Scott's website. Scott Hanselman? Okay.
Yeah.
It's Hanselman.com. Hanselman.com. Okay, so let's pick. Oh, wow. I need to get pictures of myself with shoes and stuff. This is cool. Okay, so let's do this. And let's take this out, and we'll do this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my old man tool to do this. Every object. Okay, cool. Okay, now let's go to Azure OpenAI. Let's do this. Okay, I'll take the TLDR out because that's what it generated. And then let's do this. Generate. Hopefully it doesn't break. Home Assistant is the best open source home automation system I found. It's easy to get started, very powerful, and very expanded. I highly recommend you try it out. It's pretty good.
Details.
And again, this is me just. What's that?
It lost quite some details of the text, but it's quite.
It did. It did. But the thing about it is, here's an example. There was a guy, and I used to work for a software component vendor, and I was the analytics program manager. There was a guy that was mad at me that our chart couldn't render, I think it was like 4 million points. And I said, dear sir, there isn't even 4 million pixels across your screen's x-axis. I have to aggregate. There is no way for me to show those without doing some kind of mathematical conversion. Are you going to lose some details in the summary? Yeah. But it's interesting to me that it's still figured out a little, like if I was more interested, I could go in there. So for example, if you are a content or a media company and you have an article and you want to create the summary for the article, but you don't want to have someone read it, this would do it. Now, did it do the most perfect job, and did it, did it aggregate the pixels of the text in the right way? I don't know. But if I'm interested in home assistance, this might work. But good observation, Sammy. Thoughts about this? It does other things too. It can classify text. So for example, here is a news article. Donna Stefan is cooking up some kind of new perfection. This is entertainment, obviously. Let's do another one. Let's see. Uber is set to announce a brand new driving product for its drivers. Okay, so let's see what it says about this. The classified business. Interesting. Let's see if I say Google. Let's see, or let's do Microsoft. Microsoft is set to announce. Let's see what it does with this one. And notice that it has this innate understanding of what's going on because of the language models are very powerful in the way they were trained. And there's a couple of other things that you can do. Now, here's the thing about these models. It's a very large model. It's a couple billion. It's like 1.5 billion parameters. And we have other things that do this stuff in our side of our cognitive services. So the question is, sometimes, by the way, this is way easier to use than some of the other ones, but it's also more, there's a bit of a tax computationally. And so we need to decide how we want to do it. So this is our OpenAI GPT-3 model. It's the Text DaVinci 2 model. And we have other models as well. So for example, there is the code model, the Cushman model. This is the one, well, not this exact one, but this is one of similar ones to the ones that runs GitHub Copilot. And that's when GitHub Copilot suggests codes, it's using the Cushman Codex model when it's doing this stuff. And it's a slimmed down version of GPT-3 trained specifically on code, which is really cool. And I can go ahead and deploy this model and do it. And I can also refine these models, which is really, really nice. So I can upload a data set and refine it. All right, so that's Azure Open. Yes, go ahead.
Anyone a question?
Question about this?
No, you can go on.
Fantastic. And if you do, please stop me. I'd love to answer any questions you might have. The next interesting thing is DALL-E 2. Now, I don't have access to the endpoint to DALL-E 2, but I do have access to the designer. This is the designer that you saw if you were watching Ignite that was announced. And one of the things is that you could generate a random image that you wanted to start. So let's pick an image here. Van Gogh inspired impressionist painting of a polar bear eating pizza. That's what I want. So I'll hit this thing, and then it's going to think about this. And the DALL-E 2 model is what it was, is it's trained on labels and images. And so it has, and it's a very large model. And so in theory, it should have a sense about pictures and text. And so these are the options that I can choose from. Here's one. And if you look at these are quite good if you think about it. Quite good. And like if I'm deciding to make a campaign and I am not artistic at all. this is an awesome way of starting out with some content, right? So let's see, let's just say we want to use this one. Let's customize the design. Notice that I can start to add some text here. We want to make this white. There we go. And it's like polar. Hold on. Why am I not typing in the right spot? Here we go. Polar pizza. 20% off. And so then I can make this bigger. And so now, like in theory, I have just made a really interesting thing, and I am not artistic.
Seth,
at
we have
all.
one question.
Yes.
Hi, Seth. This is Esther.
Hi.
I did notice on the third picture in the example that the polar bear started eating the pizza with the crust instead of the slice.
I should have picked that one.
Can we ask the AI why it decided to start with the crust, or will that never be answered?
Might have been a cheesy crust.
So that's a great question. It's a great question. Clearly, I want to say this in advance so that everyone gets a good sense for what I'm saying. This AI has no feelings. It has nothing. It basically has converted my text into vectors in an embedding space and pushed those through a very large model that then creates pixels using something like a transpose of a convolution. And I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I can look it up. So to answer your question, why did it do it that particular way? It's because the images that it was trained on had that kind of thing. And when you sample multiple times, because these things are fairly stochastic, meaning that there is some randomness in there, it will generate something else. So to answer your question, do we know why it had one that was upside down and one that wasn't? No. We just know that it's a product of the words that I fed it and that particular run of the model. So it had no feelings. Does that answer your question?
Yes, definitely.
It answered her question. Can we ask them to, the designer to make a picture of you eating pizza?
One of the things that I try to stay away from, in particular, is drawing actual people. And that's why I chose a polar bear, because we did yesterday, and it drew some dude, and it didn't look like me. So, but it was a Seth Juarez out there in the universe, apparently. And so one of the things that we're trying to be very careful about is the responsible use of this technology. Notice that during this demo, I chose a fairly innocuous approach to what it was that I was going to draw. Someone could type in some stuff that's objectionable. We have filters that go in on the text and come out on the pictures as well to make this more robust in terms of non-objectionable stuff that we want out there. We don't want any objectionable stuff out there. And so that's why when I do this demo, and because this is, everyone's watching this, I do pictures of things that I'm fairly confident are not going to show anything objectionable, even though we do have filters to make that not be a problem. Is that a helpful answer, Sammy?
Perfect.
Cool beans. So
we have another question set. Give me a second.
Hit me.
So how much of these pictures actually generated? Could be there some issues with the copyright?
That's a great question. So let's see if I understand your question. How much of the picture is generated? Is there a copyright issue? There is no copyright issue. Again, we train these things. We do it in the most ethical manner possible. And so you are not encumbered by licensing. So for example, in theory, I could take this picture and use it on my website without a problem. And this is new generated pictures. It's not. And this is another question. For example, this question also comes up with GitHub Copilot. In very few instances does the code that Copilot writes match other things. And if it does, you can set a filter that says reject that as a suggestion. Sometimes, like when you roll the dice, you roll 7 6s. It's just not likely. But you are protected in this case. And again, you can actually apply to join the preview of the designer. I don't know where the link is, but just there's probably if you
it's when you
go
to
Google
the
with Bing,
website, it shows you immediately.
Oh, good. Yeah, mine let me go in there, which was really nice. But that was very interesting, though. That I wish I could go back and see the actual pictures. There was one that was upside down. That's actually quite cool. Oh, dang. Okay. Well, I'd have to make a new design. But there you go. It's by the way, it's very early in this product, so very early. Any other questions?
Yeah, we got
oh,
one.
Good. There's another question. I love questions.
Hi, Seth. Thank you. So you mentioned the filters earlier that sort of protect you against, let's say, a content that you do not want to see. So let's say, I'll just throw something out there. You want to say something about Nazi Germany, and then probably it'll figure that out, that it's not something that you want to see a picture of. But let's say that I'm saying I want a picture of a teacher who is teaching children in school about what was bad about Nazi Germany. Do you have like any control of being able to make it avoid the filter in case it is not bad intent?
That's a larger question. It's a very good question. There's this thing called adversarial machine learning, which is a nascent field of study, which describes the methodology for fooling models and for getting around the safety mechanisms. This is not a new thing when it comes to pretty much anything humans have made, starting with the very first door. Humans have been trying to get around the protections that we have been putting on various and sundry things. And as the field is nascent, particularly with in this in machine learning, what did I call it? Adversarial machine learning.
Yeah.
We will continue to improve this technology to make sure that that doesn't happen. Ultimately, however, because this particular tool is designing something that ostensibly you would use for your business, the hope is that as you are generating these images, first of all, we hope we never show you anything objectionable. But second of all, if you see something objectionable in the designer, you'd be like, oh, that's not a candidate for something I'd like to put out, as we are an ethical company. Does that make sense? And so ethics is a two-way street. It's the person who puts in the door, and it's the person that uses the door. Are they both being ethical? We will do our best to make sure that the locks on the door always work. And anytime an adversarial attack happens, we will continue to improve the locks so that we can ensure safety as best we can. Does that answer your question? That was like the best non-answer I've ever given. The short of it is, you could make it do bad things. When someone does, we are going to protect against it.
That's definitely part of the question. The other part would be, what if it is actually trying to filter something that was not supposed to be objectionable, but like I said, a teacher is teaching something about a bad thing. Does it also filter the entire thing, even though it's about something educational or something in a different context? So it's not objectionable, but it's about something objectionable.
It might. And again, like I said, this is a nascent field, and sometimes, you know how in class, like that one kid was the bad kid and everyone got punished, and you're like, oh man, Jimmy, what did you do? We're trying our best to make sure that this stuff is used ethically, and sometimes some things won't make it out of the API, and sometimes some things will. It's a great question. You're looking at both sides of the coin. It's a very good question. And I'm sorry I don't have a very good answer. The reason why I don't have a good answer is because these, again, are generated stochastically.
All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Great question. I love it. Any other questions?
Seth, I think the people also need to hear you speak Japanese.
Oh, yes. So
Don't
the
forget
second... The third, so I showed you Form Recognizer. I showed you Azure Open AI Studio. Let me show you the Language Studio, and this is the abstractive summarization. So for example, I showed that to you, I think I showed that to you in Azure OpenAI, but this is a much more less expensive service that does text summarization. But so for example, you can do extractive, which is produces a summary by extracting salient sentences, or abstractive, which generates a summary with novel sentences. So you can choose either one. And when I hit run, you're going to see it not work, hopefully, because, aw, boo, Seth, I thought you worked for Microsoft. I do, but I have to go through all of these things when I spin these things up, even as an employee. And so you saw, oh, maybe it did work. Oh, they just gave it to me. It turned on. Like this happened literally 10 minutes before, and now you're seeing that it actually works. So there's the summary. Oh, wow, this is great. There's the summary. There's the original text. Oh, good. Now it works. And there's the, let me just do both here. So let me run it again. Oh, see, it's still working itself out. Maybe they just barely started giving me access and only one of them works, like extractive works. Yeah, I think only extractive works. Abstractive is the one that's gated. Okay, that makes sense. Let's test that theory. Let's see here, run. Yeah, see, that's the one that doesn't work for me because it generates novel sentences. And again, we're back to the issue of, is this going to make a bad picture sentence or a sentence that produces a bad, do you see what I'm saying? And so this one actually does work. So if I do one, here's more than a year and a half after COVID, and then here's the result. There you go. Which is really cool. I mean, this is really cool. And the thing that I like about AI is that the best kind of AI is much more practical. I actually started with the word boring, but marketing said practical is a better word because it's the stuff that we do that we really, it's like non-thinking work that this could do. I'll give you another example. Let me make sure that I'm sharing sound. I am. So this is Azure Cognitive Services Speech Studio. And dang it, I should have trained a Dutch model, but I didn't. I don't think we have a Dutch one, actually. These are the ones that we have. Yeah, we saw that. Dang it. So what I did is I set up the voice talent, and I had to record this thing. I, Seth Juarez, am aware that recordings of my voice will be used by Microsoft to create and use a synthetic version of my voice. I had to say that, and I had to upload it before anything could happen. I also had to apply for the service, and I had to wait 2 or 3 days before they said, all right, here is a training data set of about 550 things that I said. For example, this is real me. This blueberry coffee cake is my go-to recipe for all of our holiday get-togethers because it's perfect for breakfast or dessert. I already sound like a robot beforehand. But that is actually me. This is actually me. Reasonably priced salads, crepes, fresh fish, and a large selection of ice cream are served. Very nice. And then I trained this model. It took about, this is how long it took to train. This is in hours. And now I have a Seth voice that I could use to say anything. Are you really tired or something? Let's see if I deployed it actually. And let's test the endpoint here. And what should I say? Hello. I am so excited to be here with you all today. And dogs. Okay. Give it a second. I have to warm it up. But the cool thing about this is I could, in theory, go to my website and I could create, hello. I am so excited to be here with you all today, and dogs. That's pretty cool, right? I mean, hello. I am so excited to be here with you all today, and dogs. And so in theory, I could go to my website, and anytime I build new content, I could generate the audio version of my blog with this. Not only that, This is the bananas thing. I trained a couple of other models. For example, I don't speak German. Does anyone speak German there? Oh, yeah, there you go. Tell me if this sounds right. It doesn't sound right. So I got to hit play. Hit play. Play. Here, I'll do this one. Hold on, I got to refresh. What did I just do? Okay, 1 second. All right, let me hit refresh. Maybe I broke. Maybe it's written in React. React is harder than machine learning. I had to do something with React the other day. Welche Anlageform eignet sich am besten für die Altersvorsorge? How's my German? I'll say something longer. It's really hard to say something longer in German. Everything is long in German, that's the joke. Die Wettbewerbsfähigkeit der Industrie in Deutschland ist gefährdet. Does that sound like German? I'm looking at you all. I can see you. Can I get a thumbs up on if it's good German or a thumbs middle? Okay. Oh, it's good German. Okay, let me say something. Like, German words are funny, right? Because this is probably like an entire sentence. Like, this is a German word that probably means I'm super tired because I ate mushroom soup last night and it was too hot, right? That's how German words are. They say everything. Let's see what this sounds like in German. Rationalisierungsbemühungen halten an und Konzentrationsprozesse zeichnen sich ab. It's pretty good, right? All right, let me speak some French. Anyone speak French? No? Here's me speaking French. C'est une vraie réussite économique en termes de partenariat public-privé. This is nuts. The other thing is I don't speak Japanese, but Robot Seth does. Kato-san no keitai ni denwa shite mo yoroshii desu ka? Now, you're probably looking at this technology and wondering, why would anyone do this? One of the things that I really don't like is whenever I go to a country and I don't speak the language and I have a hard time communicating, I can put stuff into the text thing and then translate it and show them. But boy, this is much more of a personal touch. この画面のスクリーンショットを撮りますか? This is awesome. And you could use this again for any number of things. So for example, if you have a voice talent for your company that always does commercials, you could have them do that. For example, in the United States, we have an insurance company called Progressive, and the actress's name is Flo. I think they recorded her voice and did some of that too. Okay. There we go. This is the stuff from Cognitive Services. I've showed you all of that. Now I'm going to show you a couple of things from Azure Machine Learning. These are the things, the registries. So to show you registries, let me go to Azure Machine Learning. And notice that if I go back, there is this thing called registries that's a top-level thing inside of Azure Machine Learning Studio, where you can publish assets that can be used in whatever workspace that you have. So if I go to my workspace now, and my workspace is called HAL because I'm a nerd. So let's go to HAL here. And notice that whenever I am building or using the designer, I can go in here and I can start to pull components from any number of registries. And I have a lot of them. So for example, Contoso might be building some really cool models that I want to use inside of my organization. I can just click on that. Or the workspace itself, like I've built some components that I've used that I can use. Or for example, Azure ML. And these are a ton of components that you can use. So for example, AutoML text classification that you can use. This comes from Azure ML. Or you could use, for example, you could use components that you've built yourself. Here's a Hugging Face transformer model that I built that I can use inside of Azure Machine Learning. These registries will store things like environments, and environments are where your machine learning code runs, as well as models, as well as components. And so those are the kinds of assets that you will find there. The next thing is the responsible AI dashboard is almost GA. Let me show you what that looks like. We're going to confirm that I'm not saving these things. Let's go to this programmer example, RAI programmer example. And notice that you have this particular model. You can take a look at the artifacts. These are the artifacts. This is where it comes. This is a ML flow model. If you don't, ML flow is just a really nice way of describing like what it is that the model is, so it knows how to run it, right? Which is really nice. So here's the responsible AI dashboard. I did a job called a mimic explainer. Dang it, I always forget. And this is the stinky part. These machines sometimes get left on, like looks like Santiago's or looks like Facundo's machine is left on. Mine turns off every day at 5 to save costs. And it always burns me because I forget that I've done that. So here's an example of some error analysis tools that you can use on your particular model. There's model explainers. You can choose cohorts. You can look at your data. You can figure out almost exactly what features are causing your model to predict a certain way or not. You can even go in and do counterfactuals to see if you change one thing one way or another, what happens, to see if your model is biased. And then finally, it can also generate something called a scorecard. Here's an example of a scorecard generated by my colleague Mernouche that has a very nice sort of explanation of everything about the model that you can deliver to stakeholders of your business. And you can set this up however you like, so that there is a ton of information about your model and how it works. And so this is our help for folks trying to be responsible with machine learning. Okay, so we are about out of time. I wanted to get to more questions before anything else.
Anyone? Questions? I have one question for you, Seth.
Sure.
Where you were at the registry, so you can select a model and you were able to drag it into the designer. Does it mean you can choose multiple models and connect them after each other?
Sure. The same way you had in the old studio, where you'd be able to run different models and then chain them together to see which one was better. You could totally do that. Absolutely.
And would you be able to open up your models for the public, for example?
Yeah, that is another question. I am hoping that we will be able to have public registries, but the other thing is we need to start working on protecting the IP. And that's it. Like, for example, let's just say you want other people to refine the models, but you don't want them to see what's in there. We got to work on that a little bit, but that's not available yet.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, Seth, for joining us tonight and this morning for you. Yeah, we can only wish you a pleasant rest of the day, and thanks for all the updates you gave us today.
My pleasure. Great. Thank you so much.
All right, have a good one. And with that, I'm giving the word back to Sjoke. Hank said you will say the closing words, so. Here's the microphone.
So yes, this evening came to an end. So thank you all for joining and for watching online, and have a safe trip home. Thanks a lot.
And if you're by car and you want to exit the parking garage, stop at the reception and get your exit card, because you can't get back into in the office if you're in your car.
That's a good thing to know.